All right, Inner Circle family. Please let me know, as always, in the Discord chat if you can hear me loud and clear. Always gotta check. Hey, Dana, loud and clear. William says yes. Chris says yes. Good, good, good. Now we will give everyone some time to slowly roll in. And while we do that, I actually want you to let me know in the Discord chat if you were at the IC class yesterday. Let's see. William says me. I see a lot of yeses. Yes, sure. Yes, yes. So good. Now, if you were, I want you to let me know in one sentence or in one word, what did you learn? What was your main takeaway from last class, from last night's class? I see a lot of the same answers. That's good. I see someone says leverage. That's right, Joel. William says 5 things people say goodbye. Fraction. Yes, network is your net worth. Definitely. But who is ready for today's class, module 3? Module 3. I see me, I am, see a lot of me's and yeses. Well, good. Well, I'm not gonna let you wait any longer. And let's bring on your instructors for today, Joe Go and Sean Lawrence.
All right, Inner Circle, please comment below if you can hear me today. Awesome. I see James. I see. Oh, hey. Oh, okay. William. A lot of you got Henry. Very nice. Patrick, Elias, Felix. Beautiful. It's a beautiful day here in Vancouver. Actually, the sun has not set yet, so it's just a perfect time to kick off class. So wherever you are in the world, good evening, good afternoon, good morning. It is so good to see you in Discord as well. Now, do us a favor, please tag your Inner Circle brothers and sisters, because the chat's actually, to be very frank, it's quite dead. Not a lot of participants are on. I don't know where everyone is at. I'm honestly not used to like the excitement level, right? Usually I'm used to seeing it being a lot more intense, more exciting, right? More comments flying in the chat. So don't know where everyone is. I know Memorial Day was yesterday, so those in the US, if you were celebrating it, happy Memorial Day as well. But we are back on today, learning more stuff. Right? Last night's IC class was fantastic, by the way. But today, we are back with another module of an ultra high ticket closer module, right? Now, before we begin, I want to welcome actually a lot of the new Inner Circle members. How many of you here are new from the most recent season, right? I believe season 15. I know we have some people joining us sort of partway through. So any of the new members, yep, welcome everyone. Rich, Zachary, Phil, you as well. Fantastic, welcome. Today, if you haven't already, please go and check out the previous 2 modules, right? We've got the first module and the second module, an ultra high ticket closer. Now, today, we will be talking about how can you close more sales by stealthily setting appointments that always stick. And that's the key there, right? And that is the key. If you look at the text in gold, how do you set appointments that stick? But not just set them anyway. How do you do it with stealth, right? How do you do it with stealth, with precision, right? Without the enemy even knowing, you took them out, bam, and they're gone, right? Bam, and they're done. Okay, so this week, tonight is part 1. In 2 weeks, we're gonna have part 2, and you don't want to miss that as well. Okay, so as Dana, thank you so much for the kind introduction. I'm gonna give a quick intro for those that don't know me, and then I'll bring on our other co-instructor, Sean. So I'm also a season 5 graduate from HTC, and I took the program back in June of 2018. Wow, time flies, just saying that. I then started closing for a bunch of different influencers, in different industries. Like I did some digital marketing courses. I did Amazon FBA stuff that I sold. I'm still proud to announce that actually you guys can comment in the channel. Like, how many of you have done this where within the 7 weeks of HTC, right, you earned more than $2,500 in commission. So you made back what you did invested in yourself. And I did that through closing. So I can say I'm pretty proud to do that, right? I'm pretty like honored to be able to do that. And it was a great opportunity, a great blessing to even be here. So I did that, and then I became the assistant sales manager along with Desmond, leading the TDL sales department. Then I became the sales manager, and then last October I became the director of sales for the sales department for the Danlock organization. In terms of my B2B experience, I've run a sort of a partnership, almost like a JV, sort of a lead gen type business with a few buddies in the past. So I had to do a lot of cold outreach to customers, to potential prospects, right? Through we use Close.io, right? We had ActiveCampaign, we had Reply.io, so a bunch of different things. So my experience stemmed from there. I've also done quite a few deals for the high ticket influencer program, right? HTI, and I've done a few for the Closes.com business accounts closing back in the day, about a year ago. So with that being said, I want to bring out your brother and our B2B sales manager, Sean Lawrence. So Sean, please give us an introduction as well. What you've done, how do you get to HTC, and then what brings you to this B2B world? What experience do you have? So Sean, Mike, over to you.
Inner Circle, how are you doing tonight? It is a real privilege to be here again with you guys tonight for part 3 of Ultra High Ticket Closer. I did give some people some of my background in part 2, but I'll go over it again for those that weren't here. So I was a graduate of season 12. So I would have done my season about a year later than Joel did, because mine was right around June and July of last year that I did HTC. And HTC, I tell everyone, changed my life. And I know a lot of people could say, oh, I've heard that before, but I'll tell you why HTC changed my life. It changed my mindset. It really changed the way I thought about high ticket sales. So my background, I've been an entrepreneur for 20 years. I've run my own businesses. I've done a lot of B2B sales in the past. The largest deal that I closed was 7 figures. I closed a deal for voice over IP services for a payday loans company that was in 3 different countries. And we provided the phone services for all of those different locations. So, you know, I have a lot of background in B2B, some pretty high deals, but, you know, I went through a lot of highs in my B2B career, and I also went through some lows. And just after I'd come back from a low, I joined HTC, and that's where I really felt that my life took a transformation. I joined the internal sales teams after season 12, selling HTC and HIC. And then Joel gave me the opportunity to be the B2B sales manager for all of the Danlock organization products. And my focus has primarily been the Dragon 100 product. You know, I biggest reason I got behind Dragon 100 was because I really believe in the value that Dragon 100 is giving entrepreneurs. I wish I had that advisory board behind me when I put my businesses together. So it's been an incredible journey. I've learned a lot, and I have an incredible team behind me that works on the B2B sales team. I see a number of them here in the chat tonight, and let's go. Let's get this kicked off.
All right, thanks for that intro, Sean. Now, everyone in Discord, as you can see, we are very privileged to have Sean here as well, guiding us and coaching us on right appointment setting. I want to let you know right now, like before we even get into everything, have a pen, have paper, have your laptop, have whatever it takes for you to take a lot of good notes, because the class tonight, is going to be filled with tactics, techniques, tricks, right? I'm talking about like proven stuff that works in the field that has gotten us results, 6-figure, 7-figure deals closed, right? So it's not just a whole high level conceptual based thing. We are diving deep into the meat and potatoes of ultra high ticket closer. Okay, so before we begin, if you are a ultra high ticket closer, comment in the chat, I am a UHTC and let's rock tonight or today. Comment in the chat. Let's see that chat blow up. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, let's rock. Let's do it. Awesome. So we are going to cover a 2-step method today. Okay, for part 1 of ultra high ticket closer, we are going to cover a proven 2-step method. Now, before I even move on to the next slide, I'm actually going to have you guys, let's have it more interactive, right? We're going to have some fun. Try guess, like, what's the 2-step method? Right? Appointment setting. What do you think is a 2-step method? Put in the chat. Just give me some good guesses, right? There's no wrong answers. Just go for it. All right, you got schedule, right? William, okay. Got confirmation, okay. Cool. Like one set appointment, 2 confirm, okay. 2 calls, okay, Peter. Email and call. Just fucking do it. I like that, Delia. That's cool, right? That's exactly the mindset we gotta have. Okay, very cool. Check this out. A blueprint. We are going to give you a blueprint tonight, right? It's not any kind of old framework or any sort of old, here's what you do. We're giving you a blueprint to success, okay? And 2 steps. Step 1, what we learned in IC for the past year, the FCC blueprint, the first contact call blueprint, right? So for some of you, it might be a recap, but we've actually enhanced it and it's gotten a lot more effective, a lot more results. Let's put it that way. And then the second step, right? A QC blueprint, a qualification call blueprint. Okay. Who's ready? Ready to rock it?
Inner Circle, you're getting some inside information here on how we do things. Are you excited? Let's see it.
Perfect. There's one last thing before we dive right into the first topic, which is the FCC blueprint, right? The first step. I kind of want to almost go off on a tangent here, but talk first about the mindset of a ultra high ticket closer, right? In module 2, we talked about being that ultra high ticket prospector, right? Having that cape, having that confidence, the self-esteem. In IC, we learned that, right? The self-image, the self-confidence. But there's one thing in module 3, for this module in particular, that we've got to get the mindset part down right first. Okay. And really, this will be key to your success as an ultra high ticket closer. And what this mindset is really understanding that you treat the first call the same way you would treat your 100th call at the end of the day, right? And I said 100 with a TH, right? The first call you make in the morning to the last call you make in the evening. The key and the challenge there is to maintain that focus, that energy, giving your prospect the attention they deserve, right? The time, the focus to maintain that consistency throughout the entire day. And no, that's not easy. This is not going to be easy at all, right? Hey, you make 20 calls, it gets tiring, right? Rejections, it gets frustrating. Limiting beliefs come out. Lower self comes out. You know what I mean? Have you guys felt that way? Put in the chat, who's felt that way? Because I'll be the first one to say I felt that way, right? I make 5 calls, I get all no's. It kind of sucks, right? I make 10 calls, I get a lot of rejection, I get hung up on. It kind of sucks. Right? But when we can master that consistency, that frame, that mindset of maintaining that ultra high ticket closer posture, that's when all of this will work. right? Because the truth of the matter is, we can teach you a bunch of tactics, a bunch of techniques, a bunch of tricks, but without the first part, without the mindset, it doesn't really matter. It's not gonna matter. Just like why in HTC, we learn mindset first. Class 1 and class 2 is the exact same in Ultra HTC. Cool. Sean, you got anything to add to that?
You know, the toughest thing when you've had that bad day is to pick up that phone and make one more call. And, you know, the biggest thing I found with mindset, especially, you know, when I was doing a lot of FCC, was every time I told myself that, no, you know, it's been a tough day. I can't have that next call. I still picked up and made myself make one more call. So, you know, you've really got to have that tough mindset that no matter how many times you've been, you know, think of it like those of you that have ever learned to ride a bike when you were a kid, when you took the training wheels off the bike and you got on that two-wheeled bike and you could start to ride it without those training wheels on, you fell off a couple times. And what did you do? Well, you picked the bike back up and you got back on it and you started pedaling again until you fell off of it again. And it's no different in the mindset you have to have as doing your FCCs. It doesn't matter how many times you feel like you fell off that bike, you have to pick it back up and get back on it and make that next call. And you know what? You find if you get yourself in that habit of having that thicker skin to be able to just push for one more and push for one more, you'll find sooner than you know it, you'll end up, your volume of calls will go up, your consistency will go up, and your results will go up. But that's the mentality you have to have. You have to be just one more call.
Well said, Sean. Well said. All right. So brace yourself, ladies and gentlemen. Pen and paper, notepad out, right? Laptop, Word doc open, whatever it takes. Google Sheets, PowerPoint, whatever it takes for you to take good notes. We are diving straight into step number 1 of the FCC blueprint. Are you ready? Here we go. Imagine, now I'm going to take us through a journey, okay? This is going to be a journey. You are sitting at your desk. We taught this in IC, right? You've done your homework. You've done the pre-call research. You've done competitor analysis. You've looked at your prospects' social media, LinkedIn, Facebook, company website. You've done all of the good research beforehand. Okay, you spent about 30 minutes doing that good research. You've got sort of all the points on your piece of paper, right? You've got the possible pain points, some things you want to talk about on the call, right? Some objectives you want to talk about, some industry specific pain points, knowledge. You've got all that. You're good. We're sitting in front of our laptop. Screen is kind of lower down, right? Because we want to focus on a call. The phone is right next to you on the table. Okay. Now here we go. We pick up that phone. All right. We do, if you got a ritual, you do your ritual, right? Attitude or gratitude. You do the high ticket closer creed. All that's perfect. You've done that. Here, imagine now with me. We pick up the phone. You punch in the numbers, right? Punch in the numbers. And here we go. You hit the dial button. We're going to step 1. Okay. And now it's ringing. Now it's ringing. So here we go. Bam. Prospect picks up. By the way, you don't know whether it's a gatekeeper. You don't know whether it's a decision maker. Someone picks up. Opening. This is key. This will make or break your call. All the research, all the efforts, everything that has gone into this part of the call can be undone if you don't get the opening right. Am I clear? Does it make sense? Does that make sense, everyone? Okay. So as you can see, right in front of us, right? This is what Sifu taught us. Avoid being a typical salesperson. We've learned this before. All right. How are you doing today? All right. How was your day? Hey, how are you? Right? That, no go. And by the way, Sean, feel free to elaborate on any of these points.
Well, I was just going to say, you know, like, you got to remember that if you're coming in, say you're calling in the middle of the afternoon, you're in the close or the prospect's local time, you're probably the 14th or 15th call that some of these people have had in a day. And they always, a lot of them, the typical ones start with, "Oh, how are you doing today? Can I rub your feet?" It's almost that kind of that level of, "Oh, how's it going?" And the first thing a business owner thinks when they hear that is, "Ugh, another one." So these are the techniques that are going to make you stand out from the crowd. So pay close attention.
So like Sean just said, always just imagine, right? Before you even pick up the call, before you even dial, just know, just assume that you are the prospect 10th, 15th, 100th call of the day. How would you treat that call, right? You wouldn't treat that call as just a typical sales call. You put in a lot more effort. You treat it differently. And the cool part is that in IC, we learned about the Columbo technique, right? The pen and interrupt technique, right? Different opening techniques. So we're going to cover a few. It's going to be a recap for those of you that have been in IC for a while. But the key here is this. Use a technique that's most natural to you. Use a technique that works best for you. It's got to be muscle memory. It's got to be muscle memory. That's where you find the most effectiveness. And I'm going to prove a point to you, right? This might be very controversial to some, right? If you ask SDRs in the industry, you ask appointment setters in the industry, this is maybe controversial. But I personally believe that, to be honest, it doesn't really matter what opening line or technique you use, as long as you're confident, you're natural, and you've practiced it till it's muscle memory. And hear me out, right? Before you shut me out, before you say, "Oh, Joe, that's not true. You can't just say whatever you want." Hear me out. I beg, just hear me out real quick. When you do an FCC, remember what you learned in class. It's an interruption to a person's day. Am I right? You're interrupting them. You don't know whether they're in the shower. You don't know whether they're driving their car. You don't know whether they're having dinner. You don't know what you don't know. Let's put it that way. You don't know any of those factors you can't control, right? So here's my point, going back to the whole mindset thing. Just because I use a technique that worked now or that did not work now, right? It doesn't mean you're going to get the same results for the next prospect, because everyone is in a different place every time you call them. Different place, different emotions, different feelings. What if they were in the middle of an argument with their spouse when you called them? What if they were in the middle of work or driving when you called them? What if they were with their kids? What if they were on the way to the movies? Right? There's so many factors that you can't control. What you can control, however, this is the key. Here's the key. What you can control is how convicted and how confident you feel with your abilities, as an ultra high ticket closer. Does that make sense? Right? It goes back to the mindset. You can't control that. Look, put it this way. I could do the most perfect Columbo technique in the world. Like I could do the most perfect one. If the guy is having family time with his kids and he doesn't want to talk to anyone and he picks up, I'm going to get hung up on anyways. Doesn't matter how beautiful my Columbo technique is. Does it make sense, guys? Right? The sexiest voice, the best accent, right? The perfect timing, perfect pace. He's going to say, look, great, cool. I'm with my kids. It's not now. Boom. Hang up. That's my point. It happens. It's life. It happens. It will happen to you. Let's put it that way. If it hasn't happened to you, it will happen to you. And that's the reality with FCC. That's the fact. That's the truth with FCC. Okay. But what you can control is this. Look, hear me out. You know what? Prospects that not interested right now. This is very key. Take this down on your CRM or whatever thing you use to take your notes, your key points. Make a task. Make a reminder. Call back in 24 hours at 5 p.m. PST. Call back in 48 hours at 4 p.m. PST. That's what you can do. That's what you should be doing, right? That's the only thing you can control is that your follow-up, which we're going to get into later as well. But just keep in mind, I have to stress this, because what we're going to see, right, in a couple days when you guys go and try this, you're going to be like, oh, but Sean and Joel taught us the Columbo technique, but I tried it. I got hung up on 10 times. Oh, I tried this, but I got rejected 50 times. What breaking news, right? Breaking news, there is no perfect script. There is no, yeah, someone said it, no one size fits all. No magic pill. I say these words, boom, 100% close. There's no such thing. We got to wake up from that. And that's why the mindset comes so key.
If I can add to that, Joel, I'm going to be honest with you. And the other part that I think I want to add to your mindset is if you're not prepared to get hung up on at least a number of times, then your mindset's not in the right place when you're starting out. And I'll tell you why. Because like Joel says, it doesn't matter whether you know, there is no, you know, 100% this is going to work with everything and everybody. But you have to make those mistakes. The only difference between the SDR that's successful and you when you're starting out is they've failed more times than you have. You have to fail faster. So you have to be prepared for those hangups. You have to be prepared to make those mistakes. And you have to get in that rhythm, because once you get in that rhythm, when the person hangs up, you'll just go, oh, I guess they weren't interested. Next. That's the mindset you got to have.
Thank you, next, right? As Sifu says, thank you, next. I actually know it. Ariana Grande said that, right? Thank you, next. But yes, next, get my point. Anyways, so let's go over a quick recap of the Columbo technique. All right, everyone, if you've been in IC for some time now, this is not new. You've probably heard this, we've taught this, we've went over it. This probably is the 5th or the 6th time you've actually seen this. So we're gonna quickly go over this, right? So Sean, would you be so kind to give me a call?
Sure. Ring, ring.
Hey, Joel speaking.
Hey, Joel. I just got a note on my desk here from my assistant with your name and phone number. I'm guessing this is important, so how can I help?
I don't really know what this is about, but okay. So pause. Thanks, Sean. That's perfect. Now, I want you to notice, everyone, right? Not so much the words he said, but the way he said it. Sean, let's do it again one more time, so everyone actually can focus on exactly what we're trying to get at. Call me again.
Yeah, ring, ring.
Hey, Joel speaking.
Hi, Joel. I just got a note on my desk here from my assistant with your name and phone number. I'm guessing that it's important, so how can I help?
Everyone in the Discord chat, type in some key observations right now. What do you notice? Tonality, certainty, confusion, hesitation, certainty, pauses. Yes, yes. Sean, do you have anything to add to what they were saying? I think they got a lot of it.
They got a lot of it, and I, you know, I don't know if anybody knows where the Columbo technique comes from, but the Columbo used to be a private investigator series on TV, and he was the king of making it look like he didn't know what he was asking, but he knew exactly what he was asking. And he would be in that very, very almost that, you know, I'm not sure, but I should be asking this, but I'm not sure why. It's almost that sounding uncertain, but knowing in the back just how certain you are of the question that you're asking. But it is very much tonality. It's pauses. You're not like if you come along and go, "Hi, I got this note on your desk with your name and number on it. Must be important. So what do you want?" No, that's not. It's the slowness. It's the pauses. It's the tonality. That's what we're getting at. And it really, your prospect at the other end of the line will get that sense of, oh, this person's actually looking for help. Maybe I can help them.
Yeah, and that's really so key, right? It's like what Sifu taught us as well. Well, when we put people in a position where it feels like they can help you, human nature kicks in, right? They don't actively in their brain want to help you, but subconsciously they think, hey, you know what? This person sounds confused. Let me help them out subconsciously, right? And that's where it comes out. That's where the response comes out. Oh, I'm not too sure. And then, well, I don't understand what's going on, but tell me more, right? Like, what is this? So they actually, it makes them more curious to go and help and engage in this conversation. And that's really the key here, right? It's not about the words. It's not about the words. It's how the Colombo technique is said. When used perfectly, I'll show you, we'll talk about what the ideal scenario looks like. When done well, just write it down in paper, right? When done well, the prospect, right, would buy in or would have bought in to this statement, to this question that I asked, right? To this Colombo technique. They've got to buy in, they got to believe that you're actually genuinely confused and you actually are asking them, hey, what's up? I really don't understand what's going on. So this is super key. We got a question here by Adam. How would you deal with someone who calls the lie? Well, call once, no, wasting my time. That's a great one. That's a great one. Sean, how would you handle that? If
Well,
someone, if I said to you, right, Sean, you did the same thing, and I said, oh, well, hey, you should ask your assistant first before calling me. I'm busy.
I'd say, well, I'm sorry. I guess my assistant didn't take the appropriate notes, but would it possibly been about what I'm calling about? So I've used it and said, well, I'm not sure maybe why she put it here, but would it have possibly been about the marketing for your company? Are you the person that I would talk to about your marketing?
That's perfect. And what is that in HTC? What is that called? That is called something. We learned that in HTC. Yes, redirect, but redirect with. You guys are missing 2 words. Redirect with F. Yeah, finesse. Boom. Beautiful. That is what we learned HTC 101. That is called redirecting with finesse. That's all that is, right? You don't have to do it exactly the way Sean did it, but the whole point of that is, Adam, when you get that kind of objection, whoever gets that, they call you out, you've got to redirect with finesse. That's it. Redirect with finesse. Okay, now going on to, I think okay, yeah, that's great. So here are some other ways, you could add or you could tweak, right? In terms of your Colombo technique. Again, the key here is to find something that works for you. And we said this a bunch of times, don't just copy and paste all the text from our PowerPoint slides, right? From any of the PowerPoint slides and just, try to use it if you don't feel comfortable using it, right? Always tweak it, always practice in front of a mirror, that's key. Jump in the dojo, do your Discord role plays, ask your brothers and sisters, hey, how do I sound when I say this? How do I sound when I do this? Does it sound believable? Does it sound genuine, right? So for example, right, if I was Sean, I might not say, hey, this is Sean, my assistant left a note, right? I might not do that. I might go, hey, this is Sean, just returning your call. It seems like you called me 10 minutes ago. What is this about? Right? That's completely different. But same principles apply, right? You act confused, you are confused, and that's kind of why the prospect wants to respond, wants to engage, right? And Sean, you want to do the rest of the points?
So I'm so sorry. What is this about? I mean, sometimes too that interruptive. I'm sorry. I don't know why, but I have a note here to call you. What's this about? Again, it's that pattern interrupt and they might go, well, what do you mean? I don't remember calling you. And then you might be, well, I was told to give you a call in regards to digital marketing. Do you know about this? Like, I mean, those last 2 points there, you can almost tie them together to get that question asked. And if you're asking them about their industry or niche that they work in, the mind switches to them into a customer service mode because they're like, oh, well, you're calling about my business. Oh, well, how can I help you?
And that's part of step number 1, right? The opening. The opening is key. Okay, so let's go over another technique that we've learned in the past. And Sean alluded to it already. It's a good segue, really. So the pattern interrupt recap, right? Now let's see, so we just talked about how can we start with the Colombo technique. Let's take a look at the pattern interrupt. Now, for those that are newer to IC and you might not have gone through the previous IC classes where we taught this, just to give you some context. Actually, you know what? I'm going to get the rest of you in Discord to tell us, why is a pattern interrupt so important, so effective? Put it that way. Yeah, so Scott say that it's really great. And why? Why is it effective? Why? Like, tell me why, right? It's effective. Shields down, makes you look different than a salesperson. Cool, lowers their guard. I'm looking for a specific phrase. I'm looking for one phrase here. See whether anyone can catch the phrase. Cut through the noise. Attention getting. Okay, breaks the ice. People want variety. Spontaneous. It's a simple phrase. Yeah, okay, unexpected. Yep. So this is my phrase, right? I put this on my own notes when I learned this about a year ago. I call it the WTF moment. The WTF moment. It's like when you do it and they experience the WTF moment, that's when you know it hits, right? Because it's like, let me give you a perfect example, right? Hey, Patrick, this is a cold call. You want to hang up on me? So Patrick goes, WTF, right? What the beep, right? In his brain, because it's like, wow, like yeah, all the emojis in the chat. That's exactly right. That open mouth emoji. That's it. That's the WTF moment. When done right, prospect, write this down. When done right, prospect will experience a WTF moment. I like Shang, what you said there too. Shang's like, you know, and Shang, by the way, Shang's one of our great CIT leaders. He's contributed so much, but you can see how he's so emerald, right? He's just like analyzing the whole thing. It's like, yeah, this is exactly how you do it. Because they get confused, right? And then you reset their frame of mind. Damn, perfect, Shang. Thank you for helping me emerald that. Emerald dice that. Perfect. That's exactly why. All right, let's see. What else do we have? Sean.
Oh, this next one's my favorite because this is my go-to when I do FCC calls. Hey, Ivan, you don't know me. We haven't spoken before. Is this a good time to talk, or is this a really bad time? I use this a lot, especially when I was closing for the internal sales teams. This was my go-to. And you know what? It worked well for me. It worked well for my closing style. And you know, another twist that someone else added to it was, I don't know you know me and we haven't spoken before, but is this really a bad time? And then I'd stop and just wait. And having that or at the end gives you a little bit puts that trick in a person's mind of, okay, what do you know, they want to find out, right? It triggers the opposite. You know, also just, Henry, this is Sean Lawrence. Does that name sound familiar? And they probably sit there and, who are you? Like it's just the natural curiosity if they gotta ask.
Not really, but yeah. So who are you? Yeah, right. Like not really, but who? Tell me. You know, what are you calling about? That's exactly it. One thing too, before the last point, if you guys, or if you have done, if you actually looked into this, right, it's very interesting because I actually was curious and I wondered, by the way, we're gonna look at some really emerald data in a little bit, which you guys will love. Who's the emeralds here? I think Shang, right? Shang, I'm gonna show you a screenshot later on that you're gonna love. It's super emerald, you're gonna love it. But I was doing some thinking because you know how, and you know, you guys probably agree with me on this, right? Remember, we learned, or some of you might notice, that we want to get micro commitments, right? Who knows what I'm talking about? Micro commitments, getting prospects to say yes, 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 yes many times to get the close, to get the appointment, to get the BAM, right? It's very interesting because when I did my research and I did some tests on the call with calling prospects, I was like, why would we want to get them to say no? Why do you want to use is this a really bad time, and actually get them to say, no, it's not. What's up? Like, I was wondering, you know, do you wonder that, right? Do you wonder that? Like, okay, we were taught, you know, it's good to get yeses, but why in this case do we want them to say no? It's very interesting. If you have time after class, you know, do some research. Don't do it now. But yeah, and Adam, I think Adam's kind of hitting the nail on the head there, right there on the hammer. I mean, nail the hammer on the nail, right? Or the nail on the head. What am I saying? The hammer on the nail on the head there. It's really the truth of the yes. It's the different. It's a pattern interrupt. Not only is it a pattern interrupt, right? For them to, instead of saying yes, but when they say no, it primes them. It primes them differently to answer your other questions. It opens up different conversation, right? It doesn't prime them to then say no to everything else, right? But like Peter, exactly what you're saying. It diffuses the entire situation. You know, you say no now, but then you can go yes, 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 yes. So it's very fascinating when you look into the psychology of all this. And then the last one, hey, Adam, how have you been? Okay, now here is the part where, remember just now when we said, don't act like a typical salesperson? Because I guarantee you someone's probably typing the question right now in Discord, but I thought you said not to say this. But I thought you said, don't ask them how are they? But I thought you said, don't ask them, blah, 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 right? Okay, here's where I go back to what I said in the beginning about mindset. But mindset plus technique. Like I said it, I'm gonna keep saying it again. It really, really doesn't matter what you say, but how you say it. How you say it, that's the key, okay? Look at this, Emerald. Okay, Emerald, Shang, look at this. Tested data. Thousands, okay, Gong, by the way, Gong.io, if you don't know what it is, it's a sales intelligence tool. Sales intelligence tool, just like Chorus.ai, they've analyzed thousands of calls. And read this, look at this response, okay? This phrase is a pattern interrupt that's unexpected and scrambles, I love that word, scrambles the prospect's brain in a good way. Sure, it may sound like we've met before, but it's not an overly unusual question to ask, and will likely get a response that moves the conversation forward, right? So look at the two bars. The baseline is what the usual success rate is. Okay, look at it, it's super cool, right? Book the meeting, that's a BAM. You set a BAM. The baseline is about like a 2, less than a 2 success rate using any other openings. But when they use how have you been, it's a 6.6 times increase in success rates. So don't tell me, don't say how have you been. Don't tell me, don't say how are you. Don't tell me what not to do. Rather, tell me how can I perfect, how can I make better, how can I have more conviction, more confidence in what I say. That's the key. The entire thing with step 1 is not to tell you really, oh, you know, when we say don't be a typical salesperson, it's the tonality, it's the behavior, it's, you know, all the tendencies of a typical salesperson, right? It's how you sound. We never said these words are forbidden, right? Because as you can see, you're not gonna argue with data here. I can't argue with a 6.6 times increase in success. And by the way, this is what Sean is, like Sean said, and I've tried this as well. It works. Hey, Sean, how have you been?
It's the whole difference in tonality. If you know, you come up to someone and go, "Oh, hey Patrick, how you been?" Like versus, "Hi Patrick, how have you been?" Very much difference in how you say it.
So if I called you up, right, and I said, "Hey Shang, how have you been?" Right? I add that mysterious tone in there, right? Sort of like, you know how the inflection goes down. Hey Shang, how have you been? Right? It's sort of like the what's the guy's name again? What's the movie? The one they kidnap his daughter. God damn it! What's the movie? Come on, guys, help me out. Help me out here. Taken. Yes, Taken. How did I forget that movie name? Yeah, it's kind of like Liam Neeson, right? Imagine that tonality. Imagine that, right? Sean, how have you been? Right? Not, I mean, you don't over exaggerate it, but just imagine if someone said that to you on a call, I'd be like, oh crap, who's this? Who are you? Tell me more. Wait, what is this? Okay, wait, who's this? I've been okay, but who's this? Like, I'm okay. How are you? Right? Yeah, like Diego said, it could be the police, it could be an FBI investigator for who knows, right? Okay, beautiful. Are you guys enjoying this so far? I know the first part has been a recap, right? It's been a recap, but we are going into a lot deeper in terms of psychology and how it works. Fantastic. Okay, that was step 1, right? So you picked up the phone. You picked up the phone. You've dialed the number, right? Remember, we're still in a journey here, visualization journey. You picked up the phone. You've dialed the number. Someone on the end of the line picks up, and you did your opening, right? Whichever one you picked. You pick whichever one you pick, right? Let's say I picked the Sean. How are you? Okay, done. Step 1, boom, we're done with that. It's over. Now, step 2, here we go. Assuming your opening is done well, done right, done effectively, prospect probably is in a good place in terms of, physically has time to speak, right? Not driving, not out walking the dog, right? Maybe in his or her office, in his or her room, they have some time, they got a pen and paper, whatever it may be, they want to continue speaking. Here we go. Step 2. You ready for this, guys? Yeah, I love that. Feel it. That fish right there, that hook. Here we come. Here it comes. This part is exciting. This part, I think everything else after this, I don't think we've ever talked about this or even taught this before. So a lot of this is all brand new stuff, okay? Now we hit them with a hook. So you came in, you did a pattern interrupt, you did the Columbo, right? It got them confused, got their brain scrambled, like what Gong said. Now you hit them with a hook. Sean, you want to take this?
Yeah, because this is a place where I could go on a tangent for a long time. You only have a maximum of 30 seconds, maybe at the outside a minute, to get someone's attention. Everybody these days are looking for instant gratification. And with today's society, with where we get social media and all these things that we can get information quickly, people's attention spans are even that much shorter than they used to be. You got to have that key statement where, you can say concisely why you're there, what you're talking to the prospect about. And then you want to immediately follow that up with a question after the hook. This is such a key part of your call, because this is going to make or break your FCC call. And this is what's going to set you aside from the average closer out there to a ultra high ticket closer. This is going to be the differentiating part right here.
And I have to just re-emphasize, sorry, Sean, what you just said there is that this part is when we do our call reviews, our call audits of the different closers in our team. This is the part that gets people the most. They've practiced the opening, right? They've done Columbo over 1,000 times on Discord. They've done the pattern interrupting over 100 times, right? They've practiced in front of the mirror, all that. But this part messes people up so bad. Just imagine this, right? You spend days, right, hours preparing for your call. You did your 30 minutes of pre-call research. You've did all this good information, good research down, and you jump on a call, and within the next minute, you blow the entire thing. The entire call, the entire deal is off. It's done. It's nada, right? Probably close to no chance again in the future because you made such a bad first impression. They might not close with you. They probably close with someone else on your team. It happens. It could happen. They just don't. Your first impression is so bad, they can't even trust you to guide them through the buyer's journey. This is what gets people the most. Okay. Pay very crucial attention. So Sean's gonna demonstrate first what we should actually do, Sean. We should do what a bad hook is first, and then what a good hook looks like. We should actually change that a bit.
Yeah, let's skip over to the bad hook. Let's talk about that one first.
Yeah, let's do this, Sean. Go ahead, call me. Or do the opening and then this.
Okay. So here, Joel, I'll call you.
Yeah.
Ring, ring.
Hey, Joel speaking.
Oh, hi, Joel. My name's Sean Lawrence. You don't know me. Have you got a few minutes to talk?
Well, tell me what it's about, really quick.
I'm calling about Dragon 100. It's this advisory board that helps entrepreneurs scale their businesses. They have a lot of systems and tools that could be really helpful for you as a business owner. It's really meant for people like who want to take their business to the next level. I'm not sure if you've used an advisory board before, but they have a lot of industry related experience that could prevent you from making the same mistakes as you grow. How does that sound?
By the way, I hung up. I hung up at the second sentence, by the way, guys. I've already hung up. Sean doesn't even know. He's just reading his script. I'm done. I've hung up already. He's just talking to like no one. Okay. Right? You can, and I think most of you, if I ask you, why is this bad? Give me some reasons. I think we can kind of tell. It's kind of obvious why it's bad, right? Give me some reasons. No pain, robotic, lost attention span, railroading. Yeah, me. I like that, right? It's all about me, right? They're too long. It really is too freaking long.
So
I don't even care. Yeah, Sean, go ahead.
I'm going to give you the biggest mistake people make when they do their hooks when they first start out doing FCCs. And it's that they feel like they have to get all their information out right away because that's the only way they're going to catch their prospects' attention. Shorter is better. You don't have that much time. You can break up a whole thing into pieces, and you can still get all that information out, but you can break it up into pieces. Give them some information, ask them a question. Give them some more information, ask them a question. So, don't have too long of a hook that turns into a boring sales pitch, because I, as a CEO of my own company, have hung up on many people for that exact reason. It's like, I don't care. Click. Don't try and spit everything out at once. You'll fail every time, guaranteed.
Here's a technique I picked up that's not on the slides, so you might want to write this down or type this down, that I use personally that's been very helpful. And I think I've shared it with the managers and the closers as well. It's not like my original idea, right? I picked it up, but it's basically the whole give and take concept, right? The whole idea of giving and taking. It's like what do you call that? One of those traps. You know how they lay traps? Like they put a bit of cheese, right? And then the bug or the animal, whatever the pest, cross toward the cheese, and then you take a couple of feet back, you put some more cheese, then the rat or whatever comes to the cheese, right, and grabs more of it. Then eventually they get killed or they get caught, right? It's the whole give and take thing, right? So what Sean is saying, which is so key here, is instead of a whole big paragraph of just me taking from them, because if you think about it, I'm just taking from them. I'm just expecting them to understand my word vomit. I'm expecting them to listen to all my word vomit, right? It comes up from my mouth. I'm just trying to take from them. That's super selfish. I think someone pointed out just now. Someone said it's just me. It is. It's all about me. This business, my business, right? I want to do this. I want to talk about this. Instead, break it up. Even with this bad pitch. I mean, it's bad, right? This whole thing is bad. Sean's gonna show you what a good one is, but a way to just make it better already, very simply, is just to put breaks in the middle, and just ask them very simple question. Let me give you a perfect example. So, Sean, Dragon 100 is this advisory board which helps entrepreneurs scale their businesses. Are you following me so far?
Yep, so far I am.
Okay, so they have a lot of systems and tools that maybe could be really helpful to you as a business owner, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right, so even doing tiny breaks in your conversation, that's why it's called a give or take, right? Allows you to take the pause and allows you to give a natural breathing pattern for them to respond. Now, that's where the give comes in. The give, you allow them to ask you questions and you give an answer to it. So if I said they have a lot of systems and tools that could be really helpful to you, I mean, Sean could have asked me what systems and tools. Sean could very well ask me that question. Hey, well, what do you mean? What systems or tools? This is where I don't get flustered. I don't get taken aback. I don't get shaken. I don't get annoyed. I go, well, Sean, that's a great question. So what I mean by systems is our proprietary Dragon 100 checklist for you to scale your business for 6 to 7 figures. What I mean by tools is our instant script software. which helps you write better copy, right? Do you know what I'm saying, guys? I'm giving the prospect back some answers. I'm not just saying, hey, ignore all of Sean, just freaking ignore Sean and finish my entire script. I'm not doing that. That's why it's called a give or take. Give and take. I give, I take. I give a bit of information, I take. I give a bit of information, it's like a trade, right? And that helps it flow smoothly. It's very human. It's very natural. Answer some questions, but move on. Answer some questions, but move on. That's how I like to break it up. So that's what works for me. Just, okay. And now Sean, now this is great. This is the hook that we use for D100. So Sean, want to do this?
Yeah. As chairman of the Dragon 100 Advisory Board, Dan Lok is seeking high-level entrepreneurs who are looking to continue to thrive and grow globally using the guidance of his most trusted advisors. Have you used an advisory board in the past?
Okay. Oh, no, I haven't. I haven't actually. Boom. There we go. Hook. Who can actually tell me what the hook is in this state, in this question, in this paragraph? Like in this little mini paragraph. Yeah. What is the hook? Where is the hook? So Chris says sentence, question, high level entrepreneur. Yep, that's one. So there's a couple hooks here, if you think about it, right? High level. So if I'm a CEO, right? I'm a business owner. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm high level. I'm not low level. I'm high level. Thrive. Oh yeah, 100% thrive. It's freaking COVID-19, guys. Coronavirus, right? Hashtag pandemic. I want thrive. Oh yeah. Globally, that might hook me. Yes, globally. My business is very local, very regional. Globally is great. Some people might be hooked by trusted advisors because, hey, you know what? Face it, I've never had mentors in my business career. I never had advisors that helped me. I made a lot of mistakes along my way. Yeah, trusted advisors will hook me. So all these different things can hook different people based on their pains and their goals that they're currently going through. The beauty of it, right? Look at it, break it down. The beauty of it is you don't know what exact pain or goal they actually have yet, because right now we're still so early in the call. Does it make sense? Everyone, does it make sense, right? We haven't even asked them for their pains. We haven't asked them for their goals. You are hooking them. You're hooking them because you're throwing in phrases and words here that they can resonate with, they can relate to. That's the key. And again, it's not about making it super long and super, all over the place, right? Word vomit. It's here, concise, but it hooks me. It hooks my heart, right? It's like, you know what? I don't really care about thriving. I don't really care about growing globally. I don't really care about really high level. I'm okay being mid-level, but you know what? I need a mentor. I need a trusted advisor. And because of that, okay, Sean, tell me more. Tell me more about this advisory board, right? That's it. That's the conversation. Go ahead, Sean.
And the biggest thing is, and kind of goes back to Joel's previous point, and this is right out of HTC, is put in the chat, everybody, who's the call about? Who's the closing call about? It's about them. It's about the prospect. So by asking them this question, or giving them this hook, and now asking them a question, you're inviting them to talk about what's important to them. You're giving them that chance to tell you which part of that hook is important to them. Because maybe they might say, well, yeah, I've used an advisory board in the past, but tell me, what do you mean by thrive? Help me out. And again, you got to be prepared to answer that question.
I might even ask, well, how do you guys define high level? I'm just curious. Right? That's also a hook. That's also something that means something when the prospect asks that. Got it? Great. Everyone got step 2? Are we good? All right, beautiful. Beautiful. Who's ready for step 3? Oh, we're going deeper, guys. We just scratched the surface. We're not even, I would say, like we're like 5% of where we are right now, right? In terms of like where we're going, in terms of content, in terms of meat and potatoes. We're going deeper. I would say of everything, that we're going to teach tonight, I would say step 3 will be one of my favorite steps, because this part, how do I put it? It's so profound once you understand how this really works and why this is so effective. Okay, and this part might surprise some of you. It may not. It might surprise some of you. It might not. But I will bet money it will surprise some of you, because these are things that we've tested, that are proven within our department, that got to work, and it's not only helped us close more deals, it helped us save so much more time, get better qualified BAMs, which leads to more sales. Okay, so Sean, are you ready?
Yep.
Here we go. All yours.
So the biggest point of an FCC call is that you want to quickly disqualify. Now, I know that sounds backwards. So tell me in the chat, why would you want to quickly disqualify?
Guys, you're going to get an aha moment here. You're going to get an aha moment here.
Time management, that's definitely a big part of it. But really, it goes back to, Sifu said a number of times, you can only help those who swim towards you. In B2B, it's no different. You have to find the people that you can truly provide value to. So again, and time management is the big part of it, is you're not going to spend a lot of time with the person that there's no value to what you provide for them. It's very much and we said it earlier, thank you, next. Back to that mindset. So in order to get to that point of being able to quickly disqualify, we have to ask the right questions to understand the prospect's business. So write this down. Ask questions to understand. Same as you would do with B2C, you do the same in B2B, but it's a different type of question because you're not talking about people's personal pain, you're talking about people's business pain. So you're asking questions at a surface level to qualify if there's even a potential fit for moving forward. So you guys ready for some questions that you could ask to find out, get those answers?
I'm even gonna, before we do that, Sean, really quick, I'm gonna take a step deeper really quick, right? To just hit on that disqualifying part, because I think that's so key, that's so critical. I can't even stress how critical this part is, because yes, right, one part is great to save time, is great to know, to talk to the people that want to be saved. But if you look at it even deeper, here's the reality, right? Like what I talked about in the beginning as well. Just because I'm not interested now, just because I say no right now, just because this is not the season in where my business needs the solution right now, doesn't mean I will never need your solution, your product or service in the future. This is the key part. It's just not right now. That's it. It's just not right now. Maybe not for a long time, maybe not for a couple months, not for years, not for weeks, not for days. It's just not right now. But we move on. We say, you know what? Thank you. Next. However, I think I saw someone put it in the chat just now already. I would add them back to the nurture list. I would add them back to my bucket that says, not right now, maybe in the future. Not right now. Send them content, send them marketing, hit them with more material, right? This is the key part, right? Because it's not just, oh, no, not interested, throw the lead away, put the lead in a trash can, delete the lead. Yeah, Bogdan, you're right. Not interested, it's a level of interest. I put this guy or gal back into my freaking nurture list, my bucket, and I go and I hit them with content, with good value, right? And this happens all the time. It will happen to you. Months later, years later, weeks later, the lead's gonna come back and say, hey, you know what, Sean? I spoke to you 6 months ago. Wasn't a good fit for us that time. We had no budget. We were in a different direction. But now we're moving towards, this industry, or we're trying to expand. I think we need to talk more. Hey, it happens. I'm just saying it happens.
Happens a lot, actually.
Happens a lot. All right, Sean, here we go.
So, first question. So, Joel, what is working well for you in your business right now?
Um, I mean, right now, not a lot of things are working because we don't have we're not even getting it, bringing in revenue. But I think I would just say, I guess my employees are, they're very understanding. They're giving the best customer service they can to our actual clients because they are also severely affected. We can't produce enough machines for them. So yeah, I guess customer service has been pretty good.
So, Joel just gave me a whole bunch of information that I can drill down into deeper by asking that one question. I might be able to go, oh, well, you say you're not bringing in any revenue right now. Is that because of the current situation? Or, and then he come back and say, well, Joel,
Yeah.
how would you answer that?
Oh, I mean, yeah, I mean, right, like, so, to give you some context, we operate a machinery business where we sell different type of machines to the construction industry. So anything from like forklifts to like cranes, we've a big machinery. So a lot of that's slowing down right now. So we don't have a lot of, I guess, orders, right, in production.
And that can just, you can keep going on that line. It's, you got a point and you can drill down, far enough to get into, deeper levels of pay, or maybe even offer some value that might be able to say, here's something, have you considered this? So this is a real powerful question to get someone to open up, because the other thing is it gets them talking about themselves and their business. And there is very few people in this world that don't like talking about themselves or their business, even in bad times. Even in bad times.
Yeah. Sean, Chris got a question. Is that why the question is not pain centered?
Yeah, it's you're not, because you're, especially earlier part of a call, and this is an FCC call, you don't have that level, necessarily have that level of rapport to start with something that talks about pain. But the easiest way to get someone talking is get them talk about something that's important to them. Don't start with pain, get them talking. Yeah, exactly it, Chris. Just get them talking.
Like Adam says as well, give them hope first. Start light. Start on a positive note. Okay, this is also very key, guys. Look at this part, right? These are surface level at the most. We're not even at the qualification call yet. We're not even an account executive doing the deep pain, personal pain, and business pain digging. We are not even there yet, right? Like we are literally in stage 1. This is right in the beginning. So that's kind of why we don't go super deep yet. And this is the key. This is very key to note, right? The level of pain. And I think, Chris, you asked a great question. To clarify, this is like the most superficial, the most surface level right now, because we're still looking for disqualification. All right, this is key. All right, next question, Sean.
So this is a little bit pain centered, but this is definitely timely with where we are right now. Joel, what are the current struggles that you're facing right now?
Yeah, like I said, we don't have a lot of orders coming in for machinery. So production slow. I had to lay off a few of my employees. I have a lot of struggles. Yeah, it's not fun. We don't know what to do really. The government's not really helpful.
Now, this is also a question you've got to make sure you use the right tonality and the right frame to be able to deliver, because you also have to you need to make sure that you sound that you're genuinely interested in learning about your prospect and their business. Because if you ask this question of, so what current struggles you facing right now? Are you having a lot of problems? No, you gotta have that. You gotta show that genuine interest. Slow the question down. Ask it with that tonality that shows you're genuinely interested. And especially in these times right now, because a lot of business owners are all facing struggles, this is actually an easier question to ask than you think. because everybody's looking for that. Well, what can I do next?
Yeah, in these times, they really resonate with it, right? Because right now, like a lot of business owners are going through struggles, and this is actually becoming a much more common question in these times, right? During these moments. And yeah, Adam, I like what Adam just typed out there. You treat every call like the first. You give them the respect, and I think this is another key part where I really need you to write this down. Just because you're looking to quickly disqualify doesn't mean you just write them off like immediately, right? Just because you think they said something that doesn't sound like quote unquote nice to you or right, you don't just write them off and just treat them like crap. And you don't, it's not like just, oh, you know what, they said to quickly disqualify. Well, I'm doing it. I'm just, picking up the phone, calling, hanging up, calling, hanging up, calling, hanging up. That's not what we mean, right? Like are we clear on that? That's not what we're saying at all.
And
We're saying, go ahead.
Yeah, and Patrick said it there. Mindset behind it is the key. The way I always think of a call is that I'm calling my prospect to provide value and see if there's a way that, what we have can provide value to them. I never think of it as, oh, I'm just calling to find out if they're, I'm just going to get through this and get to the next. It's not a call next. I'm very much every call, I reset my mindset that I'm here to provide value. And think that way. Don't have that disqualify in your brain, because if you have the wrong mindset in your brain, it will come across in your call and the prospect will know you're just there to rifle through the call and get to the next one.
And this will, okay, I guess I'll talk about this later in the next section, but I've got a great technique or great thing that I use in my own mindset when it comes to asking questions, but we'll share that in the next section. All right, this is the last question for step number 3.
So,
Sean?
Joel, what is your ideal vision for the business moving forward?
Really right now is to get our employees back, because it sucks. Like I treat them like my family. Having to lay them off is one of the worst feelings in the world, and if I could just get them back, working, getting them paid, that to me is already ideal at these moments.
So this question's really good, because the biggest thing that you're helping with the business owner is that you're getting an idea of what their heaven and their hell is, right? This allows them to paint that picture for you without you having to work very hard. Get to find out what's, and this also is, WIIFM, what's in it for me, right? You want to know what the prospect is looking for, what their ideal vision is, and then you can relate what you're talking about to how it's going to help them get there.
Yeah, that's right. Very well said. Okay, step 3, asking powerful questions. Let's recap really quick step 3, right? Let's actually recap the whole thing. What is step 1? What is step 1? Okay, Ivan, great. Step 2? Yep, you opened, you hooked them, and then what is step 3? Well, what kind of questions? Yeah, powerful questions, right? Questions to disqualify, right? To see whether they're actually a good fit or not. Great. Okay, who is ready for step 4? Step 4. This part is fun. This part is fun. Now, before we jump right into it, I've got to say, this was also a big, like an aha moment to me when I first realized it. And the reason why we got into the 2-step, I'm going to give some context here, right? We got into the 2-step model versus just the first, because before, what we used to do was we taught this, right? Hey, do the FCC and then quickly book an appointment right away, right? And we found that wasn't that effective, because oftentimes in the FCC, you don't really have a lot of time to ask these questions. Prospect's busy. They might be walking the dog, right? In the office, talking to the wife, the spouse, the husband. It's just not a good time to imagine, right? If we said step 4, close for the appointment with the account executive. That's too premature, way too premature. So here's why we go for the QC meaning the qualification call. You close for the next qualification call. And then actually, Chris, I saw your question, Chris. We'll get back to that in a bit. I just want to elaborate on this really quick. Just imagine, right, where if you are a sharpshooter or account executive, one of the ways you get your leads or book your leads are through book calls, right? Am I right? Yeah, you guys know Calendly, Acuity, right? Schedule ones, right? You run a paid ad, goes to funnel, the prospect books a call with you, right? Because they've been filtered through the funnel, they're interested, they book a call on your calendar, and then you talk to them, right? And that's like a closing call. Could be a one call close. Just imagine this right now, the FCC, you are like the webinar. You are like the filter. You are whatever it is. You are the trust funnel. You are the webinar. You are the content. You are doing the filtering, the filtration. So it's not, oh, let's close the guy for an appointment with the account executive right away. Let's close the sale now on this FCC. No. We just spent 5 to 10 minutes. How are we going to close a sale in 5-10 minutes when you barely know the guy? It helps you, exactly what Diego said, makes you ready, prime for the next step before actually booking the appointment. All right, and this is key. We go on to, and before we actually let's answer Chris's question. So Chris asked, can you explain how a disqualification will look? Okay, yeah, Sean, I can do that. So from step 3, so Chris Gambro is asking, can you explain how a disqualification would look like? Okay, that's great. Sean, want to disqualify me?
Okay, sure.
From step 3, we'll go back.
Let's go back. So, Joel, tell me, what's working well for your business right now?
I mean, nothing's really working well. I mean, I don't know. I guess customer support's been okay. Like the couple of reps that I've kept employed, they're responding to a lot of angry customers because we're just not producing machines fast enough. We don't have people working.
Oh, you don't have people working. How come that's happening?
Well, the pandemic took us out, wiped us out. Our entire construction and even production, like machinery industry, is wiped out here in Vancouver.
Oh, I see. So it sounds like you're pretty much at a standstill. Then it sounds like, is that right?
Yeah, I mean, well, we've got no, like, how to even put this? Our revenue in April was down 70% from March.
Wow, so, that's quite a bit. How do you guys operate like that?
Well, no, we're not operating. It's funny when you're calling me and I'm actually watering my plants out in the garden. I'm actually at home. So yeah,
really?
we're not open. It's a mandatory lockdown here in Vancouver. We can't go to the office. We can't go to the construction site. We can't do anything.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what, Joel, I won't keep you long here, but could I reach out to you maybe when things are a little bit better, you're back open, and then we could talk about where your business is at that time? Would that make sense?
Yeah, because I mean, truthfully, right now, I know you said something about an advisory board, but yeah, well, I know it's probably going to cost money. I'm assuming it's just not a good fit. I am interested though to know about the systems and tools that you guys talked about, but it's not free, right?
No, it's not. And you know what? I don't want to waste your time. I'd rather just wait until things are a little bit better. You're actually in the office, and then we can, because there's going to be some more questions I need to ask you, and it would be a better time to find those answers.
Okay, fair enough. Then, well, fingers crossed. Pray that my business makes it out of this. We don't go under. Then, yeah, I mean, we could chat again in the future.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Joel.
Okay, bye. Right? So anyone analyze that? So talk about the disqualification. Why did Sean disqualify me? Yeah, Patrick, no money made, 70% down in revenue. He could ask. Sean could have asked. I mean, hey, like he could ask a probing question, right? A probing question would be, I mean, I know revenue is down 70%. But if you had to invest in an advisory board that would help you get out of this, would you even consider that? And engage, right? I mean, if I say no, then that's another, not at this time, that's again, another prompt for disqualification. I might ask that question, right? Yeah. So Chris, does it answer your question?
You know,
Yeah, I think Chris.
you've really got to listen to those key things. Like, you know, the thing I keyed on was that his revenue's down 70% and he can't even really pay his employees right now. You know, and if he's in that kind of situation, you know, the odds of him having the money to be able to invest in getting his business going when he's more concerned about watering his flowers at home, not a very good likelihood.
Yeah. And as we said earlier, what do you do with people that say no right now, not interested right now? What do you do? Where do you put them? Yes, the nurture bucket, the marketing bucket, right? Either the remarketing bucket or your own content marketing bucket, whatever bucket you have with your team, either your marketing division has it or your sales division has it. You put them back there, make a couple reminders, follow-up tasks on your CRM, and remember to call this guy back in 3 to 4 months.
And the other thing that Diego put in the chat there that is key is you have to be detached. You can't be so hung up on getting that appointment. You have to truly be detached. If it doesn't work, disqualify, put them in the nurture bucket if it makes sense, move on.
I'll give you some perspective to consider, okay? Let's talk some Emerald numbers here, because I'm actually also Emerald. Don't know how many of you know that I'm actually Emerald as well. Ruby Emerald, to be precise. So when I said you guys are like a webinar, when I said we are acting like a trust funnel, like a webinar, like a filter, right? Let's consider some numbers here. I'll give you some real stats, okay? HTC, when we had the HTC webinar, I'll talk some numbers. You can have 100,000 viewers. 100,000 viewers. I would say about not even 20% will watch the entire webinar, okay? So 20% watch 100%. Let's say 50% of people, so 50,000 people watch half of the webinar, and let's say 70% watch 25% of the webinar, and the remaining, 20, 30% of the bucket watch just 10% of the webinar. Some people register for the webinar, they don't even show up, right? 100,000 people. And you look at the number of people that actually book a call from the 100,000 people. I'll tell you the numbers right now. It's not a lot. It's like 2 to 5%. Even if you're lucky, you can get 5%, right? If you're lucky, okay? Let's say 2%. Okay, so do some quick math, guys. What's 2% of 100K, Shang? Chris, all right, well, hey, Chris is a pretty fast Emerald. Shang, you're way too slow. Shang, come on, you're like number 50. Okay, anyways, so 2,000 people, and that's over time, right? It's not gonna happen overnight, over time. So just think about it this way. Now, let me ask you guys this. Just because 2,000 people book a call, are you gonna close all 2,000 people of them on the call? 100% conversion rate? Heck no. People are not gonna show up to the call, right? They're not gonna show up, they're gonna reschedule, they're gonna cancel. Let's say, good day, we close 20%. Okay, 2,000, what's 20% of 2,000? Chris. Oh, damn, Tiago fast. Okay, now, well, Chris, you're like Shang now. Right? Shang's not even here now. No, I'm joking, guys, I'm joking. We need some humor. We need some humor in class, right? Okay, so Tiago's 400 people. Okay, great. Now look at this though. Look at the numbers. We went through 100,000 people to get to 400 sales. Now, hey, I'm not saying you got to call 100,000 people, right? Then you get 2,000, then you get 400. But the reality is, you remember, right? We're acting as that filter. So expect it to be a numbers game. Expect to be able to have to call people, like a lot of people. But here's also the fact. Here's the beautiful part. If you're an Emerald, this is why I even like appointment setting, outbound calls, because as an Emerald, I understand and I believe and I trust numbers. I want to give you some perspective here, right? For me, I think it's an Emerald. Like, I trust numbers. I love numbers. I also know when it's a numbers game, it's a numbers game. Like I told Phil in the Loom I shot, if you guys watched it a week ago, right? Call 1,000 people. I know how many people are going to eventually buy, right? If I call 1,000 people a month, I know I'm going to get X amount of sales every single month, no matter what. If you know that, you remember that, you calculate your daily income goal, your DIG, right? Your daily weekly goal, your daily monthly goal. It helps you figure out how many calls you got to make a month to make X amount of money. And that's why I love the SDR role. That's why I like the appointment setting role, because I can actually calculate that. And I actually believe in it because I trust the numbers. So I want to give you a very deep perspective there, because it's not like this is why I don't want to, we keep saying this, right? The breacher role, the striker role, the SDR role, it's not like the what do you call it, the 10th child you kick in the corner role. It's not like the hand me down, the rags, the shitty role. It's not that at all. It's like that's such a disgraceful way of thinking. Such a, I can't even know a word for it. That's such a embarrassing way to look at it, because it's not like that at all. It's numbers. It's purely numbers. And then Pareto principle, pretty much, yeah, it's numbers, right? So okay, does that help, guys? Does it help you see a different perspective from the Emerald lens? So that's why I'm saying, like, I want to give some like insights and inspiration. I would say inspiration to why this is so key. Don't get rejected just because you made 100 calls. Don't get rejected just because you made 500 calls. Do the 1,000 call first. You will. I'm so confident. You do 1,000 calls, you're gonna get something. You get a sale, you're gonna get a couple BAMs, guaranteed, right? Get to that call. Do it. Do a month. Like, okay, do 30 days straight. Maybe not straight, but you're saying do a month. Try to get 1,000 calls, depending on your industry, on your niche, right? On your product, on your offer. Just do 1,000 calls and then tell me if you don't get any sales. Right? I'll give you guys a challenge right now. Like, do it and then tell me you don't get any results after 1,000 calls. But here's my challenge for you. You do it first, and you show me that the first call, the 1,000th call, and the 500th call is all the same quality, right? Because I will guarantee you, if you can do that, the same quality, it's impossible for you not to get results. I bet money on that. And challenge you, do it. Give me, and you tell me if you do it. If you don't get any results, I'll listen to your recordings. I say in class tonight, right? I say in class right now, if you do 1,000 calls, you don't get any results, I'll listen and I'll see what went wrong. But you will get something. You will get something out of it.
And if anything, you're different. If you listen to your 500th call and your 1,000th call, if you have the recordings, I bet you'll notice a huge difference, because by that 1,000th call, this will be so much muscle memory for you, it'll just flow.
Very nice. All right, Sean, floor is yours.
So something that's very, like we were talking about earlier, on an FCC call, we don't try and close the sale on an FCC call. We want to get them to have, because an FCC call is typically I tell everyone, an FCC call should be no more than 4 to 5 minutes. Because one, you've interrupted their day. You don't know what they could be doing. They could be, like we just found out, Joel was watering the plants. You don't know what they're doing at that time. So it's setting a time where you can actually get a qualification call set, so that you can actually do that deeper dive, ask more questions to understand. And you want to make sure that as much as possible, you want to get that appointment within the next day or 2 days, within 24 to 48 hours. Now, type in the chat, why would you want to do that? Hotter, remind, refresh. It's very much you're catching them when you've already you're already started getting their interest. The longer you leave it, and if you emeralds out there, if you want to know about it, just go read some of the statistics from Predictable Revenue and some of the other publications out there. The closer you can get it to the time you initially get their attention, the higher the percentage is that you'll actually turn it into a closing call with the AE. That makes sense?
Very nice. Like, I think of it this way, right? Like, how many of you go fishing? How many people like fish, right? Like to fish, right? Go fishing. So when you hook a fish, right? Who leaves the fish out in the water for like more than like, I mean, a couple hours maybe, depending on how big the fish is. You're fighting the fish, right? But there's no one that leaves the fish there for like 3 days, not picking it up, right? Not retrieving it, right? Like, who would just do that, right? And why would you book the next call like a week out? It's the same concept. Your fish is hot. It's cruel. It's cruel as hell. Like, your fish is hot. It's ready to be retrieved, to be made into sushi, or to be returned to the ocean or sea, whatever, right? You don't want to just book it then a week out, because what's the thing? What are you doing to the fish? Like Adam said, it's cruel. Just leaving it there for no specific reason as well.
And actually, Phil asked a good question there about
Yeah, let's go back.
If you booked with qualified leads and your next available appointment is 4 days out because you're booked, they're ready to do the QC already, what would you recommend?
Oh man, that's such a good question. Oh yeah, Sean, take it.
Go for it. Why wouldn't you? But don't assume that they have that time right now. If they come back to you and go, you know what, let's just do it right now, I'd be like, great. Now sometimes your schedule, the only problem with that is, and here's the tough part about it is that when you're doing FCC calls, it's normally recommended that you have golden hours where you make your FCC calls, where you stay focused in those golden hours, and your whole plan is to get through a high volume of calls and be able to quickly disqualify, so you can spend the time you need to get through and get down to the people that just are interested in or you can provide value to with the product that you offer. So the other thing that I've done, rather than just taking it right away, I'd say, you know what, I have to get on another call right away, but I have an opening in, say, an hour and a half's time. Could we talk then? So even if you could do it the same day, there's nothing wrong with saying that you do it the same day. But I mean, if that guy says, you know what, I want to talk about it right now, make it work. I mean, are you gonna turn the guy away because he wants to talk about it right now? I mean,
And
don't.
Go ahead, finish that.
It's tough because it does interrupt your golden hours in your rhythm. But there are going to be some of those ones where you take it right then.
And Phil, when you said that the background noise, by the way, that's HTC. I'm gonna even ask you. When you hear a lot of background noise in your prospect's background, what should you do? What did we learn in HTC? Guys, help Phil in the chat. Oh, Ivan, I think that's your answer. Call it out. Yeah, call it out. Hey, Mr. Prospect, I understand you want to speak more right now, and you say it's a good time. What's up with your background noise? I can't help but to notice, right? There's a lot of background noise going on. What's going on? Is this really a good time to speak? I'm actually okay if you want to do it like an hour later, right? That's perfectly fine. Yeah. Phil, call it out.
I've had prospects I've done that with when I was working HTC. I had prospects that were like, oh yeah, let's talk right now. And I'm like, I'd like to talk right now, but I hear you a lot of background noise. You in a restaurant or something? Oh yeah, I'm out having dinner with my wife. Well, I tell you what, I don't want to interrupt your dinner with your wife. Do you want to give me a call, or do you want to arrange something for when you're finished dinner? We could talk then.
Yeah, literally, right? Like, enjoy dinner with your wife, right? It's okay. We'll talk later. It's exactly that. Okay. So let's talk about closing for the QC, Sean.
Yeah. So I know you're busy, Joel, and I have to jump on another call right away as well. When's a good time for us to speak again?
Yeah, that's next Thursday at what time? At 3 p.m. Pacific work?
Next Thursday, that's like almost a week from now, right?
Yeah, I think it's like, wow, that's 9 days away.
You know what? It would be better if we could speak sometime within the next day or two. Do you have something within the next day or two, say Thursday afternoon or Friday morning, that we could speak?
The only reason is that I'm on a road trip the next 2 days, but let me think. I could talk in the. Are you available at night? Because I'll be in a hotel at night.
Okay, sure. What time do you mean by at night?
So I'll be traveling to Idaho, so it's gonna be, I think, Mountain Time. So it should be about 9 p.m. Mountain Time
Okay.
on Thursday, right? Thursday night. Yeah.
Yeah, Thursday night, and you'd have about, say, 15 to 20 minutes to talk then?
Oh yeah, no, I'll be done with my road show then. So I'll be free at night.
Perfect. Well, then I'll put you in my calendar for Thursday at 9 o'clock at night. So, do you guys see what I did there?
And let's say Sean, this guy really can't speak the next couple days. What do you do? Like, hey, Sean, I'm just traveling. I'm just out the whole week until next Wednesday. What would you do then?
Well, I'd like to try and speak to you while this is fresh in your mind so we don't have to recap as much of this information. I mean, if Wednesday's the earliest opportunity, but are you sure there isn't some time we could go over this sooner? Maybe even an evening, or I can be flexible if that would help.
Good. Yeah. So, redirect and ask him, right? But if I'm adamant about, what, it doesn't work, I'm traveling, I don't like to be bothered, I will only be back next Wednesday.
Okay.
Right then.
I'd be like, okay, well, if that's the earliest that we can get together, for sure. What time would work?
Yep. And another thing I like to do sometimes, if it's too far out, I just tell them, hey, you know what? Enjoy your roadshow, enjoy your event. Don't worry about it, right? I'm gonna give you a call when you're back, and we can talk about scheduling something, right? Because things might change back then. And then I just do another FCC next week. Yeah, that's another way to do it.
So
just schedule it.
So one thing I learned the hard way, and I like Joel's method better about calling them back the next week, is from firsthand experience. When I started with the internal sales teams, I had a guy that was away on holidays, and he's like, "Can I talk to you after I get back on holidays?" And I said, "Sure." And I booked an appointment with him. Do you think he showed up? Nope. He didn't even remember. So actually, Joel's method is much more effective in practice, because half the time especially if they're away on vacation, they won't remember. You could even put it in their calendar. They'll get back and they'll come back and go, why was I going to talk to this guy again? And it's like starting over again. You might as well just start over again. So often the technique that Joel described there works best if you got a long gap in between.
Yeah, and then for my second FCC call, because remember, right, there's nothing in the rule book that says, oh, you've done one FCC call, you're not allowed to do a second FCC call or a third FCC call. There's nothing in the rules that says that. You do what's necessary to get the sale. So if I call back the second time, right, I'll go, hey, Sean, remember me, Joel? And Sean's like,
yeah. Hey,
right?
I remember.
Like,
yeah, we talked, was it a week ago?
Yeah, I was the one that called you when you were watering your flowers.
Oh, yeah, right.
How are your flowers doing?
Oh, they're not doing worth a crap. I can't garden worth a crap. But anyway,
Well,
that's all right.
And you went for vacation too, right? So do you take care of them?
Yeah. No, I had the neighbor try and take care of them, and they didn't do a very good job either.
Gotcha. And then I go into the hook, right? Again. So hey, Sean, last time when I called you, we talked about this advisory board, right? And you were kind of curious about systems and tools. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do. Just remind me what we were talking about again.
Yeah, so it's called Dragon 100. All right, is that still familiar? The Dragon 100.
Right, the advisory board, right?
Yes. And you were interested in the systems and tools that we had.
Yeah, I was. Because you mentioned you might have some that would help me thrive in the current times, right?
Yes, I'm that guy.
Okay.
So last week I tried to schedule a time, but you were going on a vacation. So I wanted to see, is there a better time sometime this week for you to speak now that you're back?
Oh, yeah. Sure. I should have some time tomorrow. How about tomorrow morning?
That works. Fantastic. So let's do, are you in Pacific time? Are you Mountain time?
I'm Mountain time.
Okay. I have an 8 a.m. Pacific open, which I think is 9 a.m. your time. Does that work?
Yeah, that works just fine.
Okay. So I'm going to put it in my calendar right now. Are you familiar with Zoom, the teleconferencing tool?
I am.
I'll send you a Zoom link. And as well, tonight, I'm also going to shoot you a sort of reminder email. If you could, really quick, just confirm by replying to the email, that'd be great.
Sure, I can do that.
Fantastic. All right, I'll talk to you tomorrow morning, Sean.
Talk then.
Take care of your flowers. Bye.
Bye.
Yep. Boom. All right. Second FCC call. Go back. Boom. William. Yeah. So I mean, if you booked it, then yes, you do reminders. But if you don't book it, just do the FCC and then schedule the best time available.
Yeah, that one call I had that I talked about earlier, William, I sent him an email reminders and the guy still didn't show up. So it's better to just call and make, or if you do book it, I would still call the prospect even 24 or 48 hours in advance and just go, hey, we booked this appointment while you were away on holidays. Just wanted to make sure that's still a good time for you.
And we got some bonus techniques that we will share in a bit that shows you how to increase your show up percentage rate. How many of you actually want to see that? Different things you can do to increase your show up rate, right? So yeah, fantastic. We're going to go into that as well. Cool. Sean, I think we kind of did this one already.
Right? We kind of, but it's just a little bit different twist, but
Sure.
we can do this one quickly. Yeah.
Let's go.
So Joel, I know you said you have a pretty full schedule today, and I want to respect your time. Could we schedule a call within the next day or two where we could explore things further?
Yeah, I would like to explore things further. Are you thinking more like what, like 20 minutes, 30 minutes?
Yeah, I need about 15 to 20 minutes of your time. Would say tomorrow or Friday morning work for you?
Tomorrow actually works. Why? What time zone are you in?
I'm in Mountain Time. What zone are you in?
Pacific.
Okay. So say 8 o'clock your time tomorrow morning. Would that work?
Yeah, that actually works actually. Right before my meetings. Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, perfect. So I've got you in here. You are familiar with Zoom, right, Joel?
Yes. Oh yeah, we use Zoom all the time.
Perfect. Okay, so I'll send you a Zoom link. We'll speak at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, and we'll just go over in detail how we can potentially help your business thrive in the current conditions. Sound good?
Yeah. All right. I'll talk to you tomorrow, Sean.
Thanks. Bye.
Fantastic. Yeah, this is another one. This is a great one. I like this one because it gives context to why we need another QC. Because I think this answers maybe Phil. I think Phil, your question was when you asked like, hey, if they want to just do the call right now, right? If you give them context as to why you need a separate call like this, right? Hey, I want to cover things in detail. I need to ask you some more questions, right? See where we can help you. Do you have more time for an in-depth like discovery call, qualification call that gives them the context, right? So, Sean, you want to finish this as well?
Yeah. So Joel, there are a number of things I'd like to cover in more detail so I can get to know your business better and see where our software could provide value to your team. Do you have time early next week for a more in-depth discovery call?
I was hoping we could just do it right now. I got like 5 minutes left.
I know that you got 5 minutes left, but like I say, I need to ask some in-depth questions, and it typically takes about 15 to 20 minutes, and I have another call I have to get on. So could we schedule something in the very near future, say tomorrow morning?
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So are you in, what time zone are you in?
I'm in Mountain Time. You're in Pacific Time, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, would that work for you?
Yep, right before my meetings, that works.
Perfect. Okay, I'll give you a call then. I gotta shoot you, or actually I'll shoot you a Zoom link. You've used Zoom before, have you?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So I'll shoot you a Zoom link and we'll talk at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning and go into the software in more detail. Sound good?
Sounds good.
All right.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Joel.
Bye.
Bye.
And then the other cool thing about this, like when you give them context, you can also, something I like to do is like sometimes, and you guys put your hand up. You can't really put your hand on Zoom, but in Discord, right? If you have experienced this before, where the prospect just really, really wants to talk now, right? And they're like, I want to talk now. Like, I just want to do it now. Like, I don't want to wait till tomorrow, right? So I got a really cool thing that I like to do in order to kind of get them to diffuse that and get them on the next day, like to move them forward. Sometimes I like to say, hey, I really appreciate that you want to do it right now, but truthfully, like I've got another call scheduled. Plus, I'm actually going to send you some PDF, some white paper, or some content that you can actually refer to, right? So that actually saves time on our next call, right? So I'm going to send you the information. You can actually go over it, and that actually saves us some time and will answer a lot of questions that you would have, right? Prior to our next call, where we go deeper into the discovery question, right? We go deeper into questions. So sometimes if you diffuse it that way, then you will have less pressure. Like, I want to do it now, right? It's got to be done now. I want to talk to you right now. Like, so diffuse it, redirect with finesse, right? Explain the situation, and then send them something, right? And the trick is you don't send them everything you want to talk about, obviously. Because if you send them everything you want to talk about, then it's like, why do I need to jump on a call with you? So you send them like, it's kind of like, like a cliffhanger. You guys read books, right? Novels, fiction. It's like a cliffhanger, right? You send them some juicy information and you cut it. It's like, bang, talk to you tomorrow morning. Haha, right? It's kind of like that, right? It's kind of funny. It's like you give them the juicy part and then you just cut off the rest. And it's like, oh, I'll talk to you tomorrow. Yeah, exactly. And then that also, see, this is another trick there. That also makes them more likely to jump on the call, by the way. I don't know whether you guys realize that, but that's actually, this is like a kill two birds with a stone kind of thing, right? You diffuse the situation, you make it juicy enough to make them want to jump back on the next call. Yeah, like Bobby, like a trailer, exactly. Right? That's like one of my favorite things to do, right? Jump off the call, send them something juicy, and then jump on the next call. All right. We are, an hour and 45 minutes in. We are still on the first blueprint, but we're making good time. Okay, let's recap, guys. Step 1 through step 4. Put in chat. What have we got? Yes, you got an opening, Ivan. Yes. Step 1, yep. What is step 2? Yes, you got a hook, right? A hook, the punch, or the fish. All right, yep. Next one, powerful questions. Yes. And what do you ask the powerful questions for? What's the key? Why do you ask those questions? Yes, to disqualify. Beautiful. All right. And then what's the step 4 that we just completed? Yes, you close for the QC. What does QC stand for? Yes, qualification call, qualifying call. Another term that people would use is a discovery call, right? Discovery call, qualification call. Some business owners, influencers even say things like, pre-coaching call. There's a lot of different terms in the industry, right? Basically, it's really to find out more information, to qualify, to discover, right? That's really what it is. Okay. Yeah, consultation, James, exactly, right? Some people call it consultation. So step 5, this is key. Make it stick. Right? Imagine the worst, like one of the worst feelings, I think you guys can agree with me, is you spent all that time and all that energy to do that research, right? You picked up the phone, you called them, you're talking to them, you set the appointment, right? We're visualizing this again, right? You get your phone in your hand, then you're like, oh, whew, I got that bam for my qualification call. Hang up the phone, you put it down and you're like, oh, that was a great call. I'm gonna talk to this guy, in 2 days, right? And then 2 days later, right? Guess what? 2 days later, you sit there, you wait for the call you want to call, and the guy's not there. Yeah, disappeared. He ghosted. She ghosted. That's the worst. Okay, I don't know. I think to me that's worse than getting a no close. How many of you agree? Getting ghosted on, getting disappeared on, that's worse than getting a no close. That's like, I spent all this time and you disappeared on me. That feeling is like worse, right? So this part is so crucial because there's no point to close a QC, set a BAM for a QC if they're not going to show up anyways. All right, Sean, over to you.
So this is just like in HTC where we're getting that verbal commitment from them. We want to make sure that they're going to show up, right? It's almost that verbal handshake. Even though we're not doing an actual close of the product on this call, we still want that verbal handshake. We want to make sure that they're going to be there. So ask them, if hey Joel, if there's any reason that we have to reschedule this appointment, say an emergency comes up or things get busy with the business, you let me know, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna waste your time. Don't worry, I'll let you know if something comes up.
Yeah, and again, you're getting that verbal handshake to make sure they're gonna make sure they come, and of course we want to make sure we send them a follow-up email prior to the qualifying call with any pertinent information. This is again where, like Joel said, you can give them that cliffhanger, right? Something that's going to make them even more interested. You know, I don't know how many of you have watched, you know, different shows or whatever. They get to the season end or the cliffhanger and they just cut it off, and the last thing you want is, oh, I can't wait for the next season to start. Well, this is no different. It's, you want them to have that feeling of, oh, I can't wait till I have this call. I've got this question to ask, or I got this to know. So it's a great way to, hey, you know, and something simple in the email. Hey, Joel, this is just a quick reminder of our qualification call that we have tomorrow at 8 a.m. Pacific time. Here's the Zoom link. By the way, just to help set up for the call tomorrow, I've attached a white paper that talks a little bit about the software that we're going to go over tomorrow. Please review this before tomorrow's call. It'll help us move the call forward faster.
Yeah, and I forgot, Sean, forgot to define it, but since you brought up white paper and I did as well, let's explain it to those that don't know what a white paper is. Sean, you want to take it?
Yeah, so what's a white paper, everybody? Who wants to put it out there? It's like an ebook for B2B, that's right. Yeah, so white papers are an information document that you send out, or an ebook for business that has information related to your topic. It can be stuff like case studies for your product, people that have used it and how they've applied it. Could be just something that provides value, maybe that here's the way we've done things in the past and how it would apply to your business. But of course, just often a very high level teaser. If you want the meat and potatoes, you got to get on a call. That's what a white paper is.
Yeah. Okay, in regards to the follow-up email and the pre-call text, by the way, so one of the things I love doing, which I found very effective as well, is, so not only do I, like, so when I send out the email, right, that reminds them of the call and it includes like a white paper or includes some information or includes some stuff, I then, so let's say, let me give you my strategy, okay? I hang up the call, right? Hang up the call. Let's say my call is tomorrow morning. This is what I'll do. Exactly what I do. I do this. I do in the late afternoon, I shoot the email and I say, by the way, before I jump off the call, I told the guy, hey, later tonight when you receive my email, please, you know, reply to it, right? Please say yes to it, that you're going to show up tomorrow, like I just did. Then I send the email at like maybe like at 5, 6 p.m. in the evening. Okay, I send it then. Maybe at 4, depending on when I'm done. Send it to the guy, confirmation, everything. Please reply to this email. Here's some material, right? Let me know if any questions. If you got to reschedule, please let me know. And then at about 9 p.m. or 8 p.m. at night, I will text them saying, text them, there's not email, text them, hey, by the way, just shot you an email. Let me know if you're going to be there tomorrow. Talk to you then. Bye. I like to do that because I'm like, I don't know, I'm paranoid or what am I, but I just like the double, triple confirmation. All right, so as much as I can, I hit them in multiple channels. Yeah, Sean?
And you don't know, maybe their email system went down or their spam filter decided that you were the catch of the day as far as your email not getting through. And you know, sometimes, so it is necessary, like William says, you want a confirmation, again, that handshake that says, yeah, I got your email, I'll be there tomorrow.
Fantastic. All right, this is the fun part. We are going to select individuals for a role play. All right, so if you've got a solid mic, you've got mic, background's clean, quiet, you've got, you know, you want to go and practice step 1 to step 5 with myself and Sean, we're going to mute you and you can go. So Dana, would you help us see, I think, William? I think I see William. Oh, William, it'd be great for William to go for it. I see William, I see Adam, I see Delia. Okay, not a lot of volunteers. I see Phil, Shang, okay, more. Fantastic. Dana, could we help unmute William, please?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, Sean, maybe you want to play the prospect and then now I'll just be in the background taking notes for William.
Sure, I can do that.
Well, hello everyone. Yeah, thank you very much for this opportunity.
Oh,
Hi, Sean.
William.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, William.
Yeah.
All right, so
ask the
William,
question.
let's do it this way. All right, so just let us know what is the 5 steps that you're gonna do with this blueprint that you have. Just tell Sean and I what your 5 steps are.
My 5 steps, like
The FCC call blueprint.
Like the hook.
Yep. So what's step one?
Step one is the opening,
Good. Okay. And then what's step two?
the hook,
Okay. And then step three?
powerful questions.
Yep. Step four?
Step four is I think that was QC, close for the QC.
Yep. Close for the qualification call. And then what's step five?
Step five is make it stick.
Fantastic. So you're going to practice these 5 steps with Sean, okay?
So
And-
I have to like ask the questions.
Yeah, so you're going to do a whole role play. So I'm going to give you the scenario, okay? You are a SDR, a sales development rep for our
Yep.
sales department. You are
Mhm.
going to sell, or you are wanting to close Sean, who is a business owner, okay?
Okay.
On Danlock Consulting. Danlock Consulting basically means business owners can pay, 10K for an hour, right? 30K for 3 hours with Sifu, right? To do consulting. So you're gonna close Sean on consulting time, okay?
Okay, so I asked the questions that you guys have on the screenshots. Is that okay?
Well, do whatever you want. I'll let Sean go as a prospect, and you just do your best, and we'll give you some feedback, okay?
Okay.
All right, let's do it.
All right.
So Sean, are you ready?
Let me
Yeah,
first
I'm ready.
All right, I'm gonna be
Yeah.
mute.
So the opening.
Yeah. So whenever you're ready there, William, you give me a call and start going through the steps.
Okay. Okay, so the first opening question, so I'm just waiting on, right?
Yep, whenever you're ready.
Okay. Wing.
Hello, Sean speaking.
Hello, Sean. Wait. So I see. Okay, sorry about that. A little bit nervous here.
Just take a deep breath, William, and work through it. And
Okay.
let's try again. Start again.
All right. Wing.
Hello, Sean speaking.
Hello, Sean. This is William. I'm not. So my boss just sent me a little note. And it has your name and phone number. I'm not sure what's this about?
I'm not sure either. You said your boss left you a note?
Yeah, with your name and phone number.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure what it would be about.
So does anything with consulting have to do with you?
Yeah, I'm the person that you talked to about consulting. Tell me a little more.
Okay, so consulting. Joe, could you tell me more about this seafood consulting business? Because I don't know too much about it.
Okay, so basically consulting is like where business owners can hire like Sifu to consult, meaning to kind of coach, to instruct, to answer questions about their business, right? So for example, if I'm a business owner, I might hire Sifu for an hour to talk about my business model, right? For example, I don't like the business model that I'm having right now. Can Dan advise me on how to create a scalable business model? So how to create a different business model, right? That's what consulting is for, right? Or hey, you know what? My social media right now is very weak. I only have very few subscribers. I want to hire Dan to show me how he grew his social media from 100 subscribers to 2.7 million subscribers. Does it make sense?
So like social media, YouTube, and basically consulting.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, basically consulting.
Yep. So basically, Sean, it's about a consulting business, and basically it's about like how you could get your YouTube channel to 1 million subscribers and help you with your social media marketing ads. Wait, so like, does that make sense to you?
It makes sense, but I'm not sure how's that going to help my business.
Okay. Well,
You're a little bit stuck here, aren't you, William?
Yeah, I'm a little stuck, yeah.
All right. Well, you know what? I got to tell you, William, you started off really well. You did the opening and that really well. You got
Thanks.
in there and used the
Mhm.
You did a pretty good example of the Columbo technique. I thought that was pretty good. So
Thanks.
I think maybe just because consulting is a little bit maybe foreign, a little, you're not as used to that and what it's about. Maybe that's why you're struggling a
Yeah.
little bit. But good start, man. You got a good. You're starting the
Okay.
right foot.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very
Yep.
much, Sean.
All right. So William, good try. We'll come back around. So we're gonna give a chance to someone else,
All
and
right.
then we'll
Yeah,
come back around.
definitely.
Well done, William.
Thanks.
Good opening. Good
Thank
start.
you.
All right,
Thank you.
Dana, wanna do our honors and just pick the next person, please? Thank you.
Okay, let's see who we have here. Let's unmute John. Let's see. John, you.
All right, John.
Yes.
Hey, John, are you there?
You'll have to mute yourself, John.
Yeah, you gotta click the unmute button. Looks like John's mic isn't unmuting on.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yeah, it works now.
Okay, hey, great. How are you?
Is it? I think it's okay, Sean. Is it okay? The quality?
Yeah.
Bit of
Yeah, it's
echo,
not
but
bad. Yeah.
all right,
Good
John.
stuff.
So just like what we did, are you familiar with Dan Lok Consulting? Do you feel pretty confident about selling it?
Yes.
All right, fantastic. I'll let you have it with Sean.
Great. Sean, you ready?
Anytime you are.
All right. Ring, ring.
Hello, Sean speaking.
Sean. Hey, Sean, I am not sure why I am calling you right now. I was just handed your name and number. Do you know any reason I'd be giving your number?
I'm not sure. Who's this?
This is John Doherty with Dan Lok Consulting. Were you interested in any consulting? Were you looking for that?
No, not right now.
Huh. Not sure why I was given your number. Anything that rings a bell with you with Dan Lok Consulting?
I don't know. Tell me a little bit more. Maybe I'm just not understanding.
Typically, we work with companies and help them, sort of like an advisory board, help them schedule the plan for growth and use other successful entrepreneurs to help them guide their way through. Did you make any inquiries like that?
I might have, or it might have been one of my associates. Yeah, but tell me a little bit more.
So basically, what we do is we join together as a group and consult with businesses and give them best practices. You know, help them avoid the mistakes that we've made along the way, and give them shortcuts.
Okay. What kind of shortcuts?
A few things like we've got software that helps you design calls to action for your online presence. Various tools and accessories like that we use. Not sure if that's something you believe would help your business out.
I don't know. It could do. I guess I'd have to see a little bit more about it.
You know, I didn't really plan for this call. I've got another call scheduled. Do you have a little more time in the next day or two that we could, I could ask you a couple more questions and see if this is even really a fit for you?
Sure.
How does Thursday look for you? In the
What
afternoon?
time? What time?
2 or 3 in the afternoon.
Oh, what time zone are you in?
I am in Eastern time zone, actually.
Okay, so I'm in Mountain, so you're 2 hours ahead of me. Yeah, that should work.
Okay, great. Let me do this. As a matter of fact, I've got, is this your email address here, sean@gmail.com?
Yeah, that would be the correct one.
Super. I'm going to do this. I'm going to shoot you an email with an invite for that time. And what I'll do is send you as well a little fact sheet about some of the things we do. I'll follow up with that tomorrow just to make sure you get that and you have a better idea of what we're going to talk about. That sound good?
Okay, sure. Sounds good.
Great. Talk to you then, Sean.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, John, good start. Good start for sure. Let me give you some feedback, and then I think Sean, you have some feedback for him as well, right?
Yeah.
So I like the opening, right? The Colombo there I think worked well. So let me break down into steps for you. So I think step one was decent, was good. I think step two in terms of the hook, I think you got a bit, either you got flustered, you got a bit nervous because like, you talk about Danlock Consulting and then you transition suddenly to an advisory board. Or maybe you just didn't know the offer. So like
Yeah,
Danlock Consulting is separate from Dragon 100. It's completely different.
I kind of got lost in my direction there.
Yeah. So step two, you were a bit lost. Step three, in regards to having what do you call it? Powerful questions. I think you did okay with, hey, these tools, these systems, how would it help you, Sean? Like, do you think it'd be a good fit? I think they were okay in terms of surface level, but Sean was definitely confused in regards to like what the tool would actually do, right? Like he didn't really know. I felt like there wasn't enough giving. So you were taking quite a bit. You got the appointment, but in terms of giving, you could have done more. If that makes sense.
Yeah,
Some more
absolutely.
clarity, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I was still recovering from my loss prior to that.
Yes, because like the risk there is that if they are confused, Sean might not even jump back on the next call. Like it might not stick. The close for the QC was step 4 was good. I think you missed step 5, meaning in terms of making it stick. Hey, if you need to reschedule, don't hesitate to let me know. I'm gonna send you an email, right? I'm gonna send you like those kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like I would definitely add that, because again, the worst thing that would happen is, you set an appointment and you're happy about it, it doesn't show up. Then it's like, that's like a pit in your stomach, right? So it's a bad feeling.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. I tried to work into making it stick with the attachment with what we were doing, but I fumbled with that a little bit for sure.
Yeah. Good though. Good first try. Love it. Sean, anything else?
Thank you.
So yeah, just to elaborate a little bit more on the opening, I think the Colombo technique worked well. I often say my name just to avoid that. Well, who is this question? But some people don't. That's kind of a preference thing, so that was fine. Your biggest feedback I have for you on your hook. Well, I took it a bit easy on you and didn't,
Yeah.
but I know a lot of business owners with the way you did your hook, you probably would have got hung up on.
You're absolutely right. That's I do B2B all day, and I'm pretty certain I would 9 out of 10 I would have been hung up on. So you did.
Yeah.
You were easy on me.
Yeah, you definitely want to make sure that that's a place where, and I know we kind of put you on the spot a little bit, but that's a place where that's a place where you need to have that confidence. And again, I think just work a little bit to making that hook shorter and then ask a question. And I think that will help you out a lot. I think you'll see a dramatic difference especially if you're doing B2B already. I think you'll see a dramatic difference if you work on shortening that hook and asking a question right after. It'll make a big difference in your calls.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I truly am re-scripting my B2B hooks now. So, and just in being in this position, doing this, it makes me realize where I'm stumbling at. So I know what to work on now, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
But
that's
great start. You're on the path to getting there. You just got a few things to tweak.
That's what I'm hearing.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sean.
Thanks.
All right, Sean, do you want to take one more before a quick break? What do you
Sure,
what do you feel
we can do one more.
All right. Dana, please help us do the honors.
All right, let's see. We have Bogdan. You can unmute yourself.
I'm here.
All right, loud and clear. I hear you.
Hey.
So same thing, Danlock Consulting, not Dragon 100, right? To be clear, it's basically consulting time
Okay.
with Dan, right? With Dan.
I hope I
Okay.
don't mess that one up.
It's all good, all good. All right, Sean, whenever you're ready, take it away.
You bet. Just give me a call when you're ready, Bogdan.
Ring ring.
Hello, Sean speaking.
Hey Sean, how you been?
I'm okay. Who's this?
Sean, this is Bogdan. Sorry, you probably don't remember me. We met a couple of months ago before this whole coronavirus situation in February at the Secrets of the Rich event.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's starting to ring a bell now. Sure. What can I do for you,
so
Bogdan?
I don't actually. I'm hoping to do something for you. last time we spoke, and I don't know if this is still in your scopes, but you shared with me that you were looking into consulting, especially from Dan Locke himself.
Yeah, I did mention that now that you mention it, for sure.
I'm sorry, you cut out for me a little bit, Sean. Can you repeat that?
I said, yeah, I did mention that for sure.
Okay. So does it make sense for us to jump on a quick 15 to 20-minute call? By the way, is your schedule still in 15-minute increments?
It is, but can you tell me
Okay.
a bit more first? I need to know a little more context about how Dan's consulting works.
Yeah, sure. No problem. Now, I won't go into much detail. I'll share with you a white paper that covers pretty much everything. And just to share with you, after this whole noise has been going down a little bit, Dan decided to open up his schedule. Now, when would it work best for you to dive a little bit deeper into this discussion over the next 2 days?
Probably tomorrow afternoon, say about 1 o'clock my time.
Okay. Are you sure that's a good time?
Yeah, it's a good time.
Okay. Shall we start with a 15-minute schedule at first and take it from there?
Sure. Yeah, I've got 15 minutes in for sure.
All right. Well, then I'll follow up with a calendar invite. By the way, is Laura still your assistant?
Yes, she is.
Okay. So shall I continue the conversation with the schedule over with her, and then she'll communicate it with you?
Yeah, she'll make sure it's in my calendar for sure.
Okay. So I'll send the email over to Laura. I still have her email and include you in the CC. It would be very nice if you could take a look at that. It's going to really make the most out of our time together tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. I appreciate your time, and it's nice catching up. Have a good one, Sean.
Thanks, Bogdan.
Talk soon. Bye.
All right. Well, Sean, I'm gonna let you go ahead first. I got quite a bit.
So I think you missed a whole section there, to be honest. You need to make sure, even though, so I did like the fact that you used you had a previous acquaintance and as a way to get in the door. I thought that was a good way to start. But even if I had talked about consulting or that in the past, you still have to ask those powerful questions. The questions were missing. You completely skipped that part. And I was like, and you're like, oh, well, let's just book a call. So the way I tell people is, if you skip an important part of the call, it's like going from, you just graduated out of high school and skipping working in the middle and you go straight to retirement. It just doesn't make any sense. There's always that middle part, right? You can't just assume that, oh, they're going to go straight for that. Because like I said, I was going, well, I need to know more. Tell me more.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. I'll work on that for sure.
Yeah, but that's my biggest piece of feedback is you can't just assume. You got to still go through all the steps of the blueprint. But again, your beginning and your end were definitely well on their way. So I think you got something good going there. You just got to make sure you keep all the steps.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Sean.
Joel?
Yeah, you covered most of it for sure. The missing the whole piece was mine. The big one that I was going to talk about. The one thing at the end there, when you went to the assistant, I don't think that was a smart power move in terms of like, I know you wanted to be sort of courteous, right? Follow the procedures. But if you're already in the door of the decision maker, this is key for B2B, guys. Everyone listen up. You don't want to suddenly defer your connection, your power directly back down to someone's gatekeeper, if that makes sense. You're already in the door with the decision maker. Unless he or she brings up to communicate with the assistant, like you don't have to do that, right? I know you want to do it out of courtesy. I know you want to do it because it's the right thing to do, but I would just leave it. It's kind of like the whole let sleeping dogs lie. Just let it lay. Just don't talk about it unless he brings it up, because you never know, like with this whole deal, how it's going. Because when you do B2B, right, there's like invoicing, there's quotation review, there's like back and forth. You don't want to keep doing it with a gatekeeper. You're setting yourself up for, like, you're opening a can of worms and you're making it hard for yourself down the road. Does it make sense?
Yes, and I appreciate it. Not to sound like a smartass, but I did it on purpose because I kept getting opinions that differed from one another. So some people said, make sure you include the gatekeeper because they're going to appreciate you for it. The others like completely ignore them. You're in the door, stay where you are. So
You can include them.
yeah.
What that means would then be, so, okay, this is why I don't, okay, I guess I'll give you some clarity, right? So what I mean was you brought it up first. Now, if Sean was to bring it up, that's completely different. So it's like, if you did not know, okay, put it this way. If you did not know there was a gatekeeper, you wouldn't have done that, would you? If you didn't know
No.
Sean had an assistant, why would you, like, yeah, exactly. So it's like, it's not like you just don't know. You just talk to Sean. If Sean really needs you to talk to the gatekeeper, his assistant, he will let you know for sure. For sure. My point is just don't need to bring it up unless he brings it up. And also, if you do want to include the gatekeeper, you can always ask Sean this question, by the way. Sean, is there anyone else that you think that's important to receive this email to jump on the call with us? Right? Because if Sean has another decision maker, and who knows, it could be the gatekeeper, or Sean might say, hey, by the way, when you send that email, please CC my gatekeeper. Right? That's something
Okay,
you
that
could do
makes
if you
sense,
want to
yes.
check. If you want to check for decision maker, right? You can also include that. But yeah, like I wouldn't bring up the gatekeeper. I wouldn't bring up the assistant for sure. Cool.
Thank you. That's actually a world of clarity. Thank you.
Yep. All right. Good. Well done, Bogdan. Awesome. So we're gonna go take a quick break, just for a little bit, right? So it's 8:15 p.m. Pacific on the clock. Let's come back at 8:20 Pacific, and we will continue right on.
All right, Inner Circle family. Make sure you get some energy, get something to drink. If you have to, do some jumping jacks, whatever you need to do to get some energy in your body. Because we are not done yet. No, we are not. So actually, let me know in the chat, what are some of your takeaways so far? What did you learn so far? Let's see. I see everyone is typing. David says opening. Bo says the 5-step structure. Yes, it's definitely green tea time. Bogdan says, you bet I'm doing jumping jacks. So that's good. Get some energy in your body. 5 steps, asking powerful questions. Patrick says, it doesn't matter what we say, but how we say it. Bo says, ask the right questions to understand and disqualify. Tonality matters. Adam says, I'm training with my lightsabers to get some energy. Yes, whatever you have to do to get some energy in your body. Because sitting still, you don't want to do that. Keith says, never skip steps. Definitely. Well, who can actually tell me the steps that we talked about in this class? Now, what is step number 1? Opening. Yes, I don't see a lot of you. You guys already go to number 2. That's great. I saw number 2 already. What's number 3? Yes, asking powerful questions. Number 4. It's already there. Awesome. Yes. You are getting it. That's great. And then number 5. Bo already said it. Yes. Yes, definitely. Now, what are some of the things you will, once class has done, what are some of the things you are going to implement immediately? I will give you some time to think about it. Stanley says, work on my B2B FCC. That's awesome. Aiden says, shortening my hooks. Shang says, pivot to the opening and hook. Restructure all my frame, opening. Role play the steps, get the opening to muscle memory. Call structure. Yes. All right. Now make sure that you grab something to drink, grab something to eat if you have to. And actually, I want to know, since we still have some time left, how late is it now for you? Let me know in the chat, how late is it for you right now? I want to know. Let's see, 11 p.m., 11:30 p.m., ooh, 5 a.m., whew. 10 a.m., 8 p.m., 5 a.m. Wow. For those of you who are here at 5 a.m., congratulations. Well, I see someone at 4 a.m. That is just great. No excuses, and you are here. That is a real sign of a ultra high ticket closer. All right. Now we still have a few more minutes. So like I said, get some energy in the body, do some jumping jacks, play some music, whatever gets you in the zone, and let's bring up that energy because I think the instructors are back. So let's see.
Yes, we are back, Dana. Thank you. And in fact, Dana, I think it's really late where you are as well, right? You're in Europe.
Yeah, that's right. For me, it's also 5 in the morning.
Oi, you better be doing jumping jacks here in the background.
I did.
Or do like the Sarge does, do push-ups.
Yeah,
Yeah.
do push-ups, right? Exactly. Oh wow, that's fantastic. Really great dedication from everyone here. I can sense that everyone's here to learn, everyone's here to improve, everyone's here to do better, right? To level up, and I really respect that. That's always super amazing to see. Now, before we move on to the next section, I just wanted to talk really quick about one thing, which is we talked about in the first section, we talked about the FCC blueprint, right? Now you've got this blueprint that you can take, you can implement. It's super key for the next section that you also pay equal focus, equal attention, because I would say this part is really the bulk of where mistakes can happen. And it really is where like, you know, the line between success and failure is, right? Because the FCC is only like a quick 5-10 minute call, right? Disqualify, set a next appointment, move forward. This next step, the QC part, right, which is right here. All right, if you mess this up, just imagine, right? It's like, again, I said you spent all those time, all those hours getting an appointment, jump on a call, you don't do it right, bam, the whole thing's wasted. The whole thing's off the table, right? And we've seen that a lot even within our teams. So this part, I would say, focus in. You want to role play this. You want to practice this in front of a mirror. You want to get this down. Really, really nailed down. Okay? Did I have you guys here? Are we back? Are we ready? Ultra high ticket closers, put in Discord. I am a UHTC and I am ready to rock again. Let's get the energy up. We need this for this next section. This is gonna be fun. I promise it's gonna be really fun. So let's
see
go.
Who's awake out there. Come on, put in the chat.
All right, beautiful, beautiful. So, like I said, FCC blueprint's completed. Now we're going to the QC blueprint. You're going to notice some similarities, but then the differences that you'll notice will be very profound as well as very distinct. Meaning, like, yeah, like you might see, oh, well, you know what, step 1 kind of looks the same, right? Step 2 looks the same-ish, but they're actually very different. And there's very different key components in both blueprints that you need to be very clear on. So if you have a Word document open, if you've got a notebook open, you want to make sure like you can split it by section, right? You got the first blueprint, put it somewhere on like on the left side or something, and make a whole new chapter or a whole new book page, whatever, right? On this next part, the QC blueprint. You're like, yeah, be super emerald, organize it, 100%. All right. As any beautiful day goes in the life of an ultra high ticket closer, right? We wake up, we've done our meditation, we've done our rituals, right? Attitude, gratitude, the high ticket closer creed, right? And we got a bunch of appointments set up for today that we've done from the past couple of days, right? We did our FCCs. It's a brand new day. I've got like 3 or 4 or 5 QC appointments set for today. right? We wake up, we're excited, we look at a calendar, we look, it's like booked, we're like, great, right? And then in the back of your mind, you're hoping, I hope these guys show up, right? I hope it stick, I hope it's stuck. They're gonna show up today. You do your final research, because this is the key part where you're gonna go a bit deeper and you don't wanna waste the opportunity, right? So you do your research again. Okay, now you're sitting out in front of your laptop, your computer, you got your book, you got your research done, you got the phone there again, right? Or your dial or your headset. You put it on, you're ready for the first appointment. Here we go. Qualification call number 1, okay? Same thing. Step 1, you've got to open, right? You still got to open the call, the conversation. You might be surprised. Just because they have it in their calendar doesn't really mean they actually remember or actually realize that you're going to call them. Doesn't really mean, right? It would be very foolish for us to assume that they're 100% expecting you. Does that make sense? Right? The biggest trap I've seen people fall in is when they call expecting the prospect to remember them, and they stutter and they get lots of words because the guy forgot them or gal forgot them. That's the number one trap I see people get, because they think, oh, you know what? I booked a call from 2 days ago. This guy's gonna remember me anyways. So let me call and just say, hey, this is Joe. I spoke to you. I'm the guy that called you about, Dragon 100, right? How are you doing? And the guy's like, who are you? Right? Oh, refresh my memory. Like, what is this, right? Like, there's so many times where this will happen, especially if they're busy. They've been through a bunch of different events. They got a bunch of call bookings, right? So the opening is super, super key. All right, Sean, are you ready?
You betcha. So this, again, some of these points are still the same as you're talking about at an FCC call. You want to avoid being that typical salesperson. So you need to ask a unique opening question. One of our team members, one of his favorite lines to use is, what's the best part of your day so far? That's not something that someone's expecting you to ask. The other thing you want to do is you want to confirm that they still have time, that they have agreed for the duration of the call, and which will lead into the next part that we're going to talk about, how to set up the call and move forward. But you need to just make sure, don't assume that just because you scheduled this call, something hasn't come up. Make sure, Joel, I just want to make sure we'd scheduled 20 minutes for this call. Do you still have that time available?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have it in my calendar, so it's nothing's gonna distract it. I should be good.
Okay, perfect. And then I can continue on.
Yeah. So why not do it all the way from the top? So like we've done the FCC, we booked the QC, and now you're calling me on the day off for the QC.
Sure. Okay, so I'll give you a call. Ring, ring.
Hello.
Hi, Joel. It's Sean Lawrence calling. We had a call booked for today.
Yes. You the guy with that was talking about Dragon 100, right? Advisory board.
That's right. Yeah. Just calling to follow up on our scheduled time. So tell me, what's the best part of your day so far?
We've been busy because it's like things are opening back up, so we're trying to get back in our business and actually physically open a place up. I've been just calling a lot of my employees, seeing where they are, whether they come back to work.
Oh,
that's been pretty good.
Yeah, that sounds great. It must be nice to be back in the office again, for sure.
No doubt. Yeah.
Yeah. So just on that note, Joel, we had 20 minutes set aside for the call today. Do you still have that time available?
Yep. I'm good. I'm good. As long as no one calls me back in the middle, like on my phone, I should be good.
Okay. Perfect.
Cool. Is that clear? Is that pretty straightforward, right? There is a difference though in regards to this versus the first one. In this part, couple key points, right? Don't assume they remember you. That's one. Write it down. Don't assume they remember me. And also don't assume that they have the time that they booked it with you. Because chances are they might be busy. They will be busy. And if you don't confirm that they have time with you, you might find 5 minutes down the road, they might be like, hey, by the way, I got to get going now. Sorry, I'm not interested. Right? And then you're going to kick yourself for not checking in the beginning. Right? And that's where I like to I'm very firm with that. Like, hey, 20 minutes. If you don't have 20, I also give, by the way, this is a technique that I like because I find that it relieves a lot of pressure from people, because sometimes people think also they can think that you're trying to sell them something, right? They're not dumb. They know it could be a sales call. So I like to diffuse the pressure by saying, well, what I like to say is like, hey, if you don't have the 20 minutes right now, it's perfectly fine. You don't have to, you can let me know. Right? You can let me know if you don't have time right now. Right? We can always find a better spot, because like that's what I found is that when you give them a way out, if they don't take the way out, that means they're way more committed and way more serious to finishing the call. Otherwise, you're going to get someone who is half-heartedly trying to do the thing with you because he or she feels like they committed, right? And then now they just kind of half-heartedly do this whole call with you, and it's waste of everyone's time. So like I like to give them a way out, but if they don't take it, then that's great. That's more commitment. Right? Because if they do say, yeah, Joel, today's just a crazy day. I thought I had 20 minutes, but I have a lot of code red emergencies I got to deal with. It's just not a good time. Like respect that. Like give them that time out, and quickly go back to the step 5, rebook it, right? Rebook this appointment, ask them when the next available, because it's just not worth doing the call when they are not fully in. Right? You put in 100% of your effort, you put in 100% of your focus. Guess what? The prospect should also do the same, right? Courtesy, both 100% focus and effort and engagement. So that's the key. That's the key part there. Okay. So that was quick. That was nice and quick. Let's go down to step number 2, and you will notice this is different, but not different for what we learned in HTC. Because Sifu has taught us, right, the power of setting agendas, right? The importance of having that frame, that agenda. Now, let's take a look and see what the difference is between a QC agenda and like a closing call, like a sharpshooter, account executive, closing call agenda, right? Because there are some differences there. All right, so Sean?
So this is, the biggest thing we want to make sure, and this again goes back to making sure your prospect remembers about what the call is about today. You need to make sure that the purpose of the call and the framing is fully understood. This is a follow-up call to do a deeper dive or discovery to see, and here's the key words of this, make sure you write this down, to see if they are truly a good fit. At the end of this call, you could walk away from it if it's not a good fit. Again, you're showing that level of detachment from the sale. You're truly making sure that there's value in it for the person you're talking to on the other end of the line. And the agenda should be very straight and to the point. A lot of business owners are not people who, want to have dilly-dally and beat around the bush. You should be pretty straightforward and direct in your agenda, so you have a clear step-by-step process of what you're going to follow as part of your discovery call.
All right, so for this next piece, where Sean's going to help demonstrate, and then we're going to point out some really key things here to be aware of. So Sean, want to do the entire step 1 and step 2?
Sure, we can do that. Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
Okay. Ring, ring.
Hi, Joel speak.
Oh, hi, Joel. It's Sean Lawrence calling. We had a scheduled call for today.
Yeah, that's right. You're the guy that was talking about the advisory board, correct?
That's right. Yeah. We were going to have a discovery call today, and I was going to ask you a few more in-depth questions. Joel, tell me, what's the best part of your day so far today?
Oh, that's funny you asked. Well, I think the best part really has been just getting some of my employees back to work. Like I called them and they're happy to return. I was a bit worried, they were not going to come back because of unemployment. Like the unemployment pays, pretty high, and kind of worried about that. But they're all willing to come back to work, and I think that's been really great.
Well, that's great to hear. I'm glad they were able to come back. With getting started back up, Joel, we originally had 20 minutes set aside for this call. Do you still have that time available today?
Yes. Just hoping no one calls me back, because like I said, I've been calling employees. If they do, then I'll cut out for a bit, because they're going to call my cell phone.
Okay, well, I just want to make sure if there's a better time, just let me know. But are you still okay?
I think it's okay. I wouldn't assume any incoming calls right now. It should be good.
Okay, perfect. Well, on our call today, we're going to go more into depth to the struggles you're facing and see if our solution would be a good fit for your company. I'm going to need to ask some questions that might be a little bit challenging to answer, but I need you to be as open and honest with me as you can. Throughout the process,
Okay.
I will take note of any questions that you have so I can make sure they're addressed. If it looks like the solution we provide will be a good fit for your organization, then we can discuss what the next steps are. Does that work for you?
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah, fantastic. And then a way to tweak it too, if you find that you're needing a natural, like a pause, right? Is just do what I did in the beginning, right? Like you can say, so on our call today, we will go more in depth into the struggles you're facing to see if a solution will be a good fit for your company. And Sean, I'll be asking some questions that may be a bit challenging to answer. Is that okay? Right? Like you ask for a question. Is that okay? And then you say, yeah, that's fine. And I would need you to be as open and honest with me as you can, right? Do you mind, right? Right? Is that okay with you? Then you can pause. You can put in a pause there. It's like the whole getting like kind of like micro commitments, right? Couldn't say yes. Cool.
So this is definitely a part you can't rattle through very fast. This is a part where you got to be slow, methodical, and take your time. Sometimes even purposefully slow yourself down more than you normally would, because you need to give people those mental breaks to be able to process the information, because you're giving them quite a bit of information here. So if you're not going to break it up with questions in between, you definitely need to take pauses as you go through so that they can absorb what you've just said.
And this part is really key. I know we've hit it home quite a bit, but like being unattached to the sale, right? Even though like you've got the high of having an appointment and you're on this call and you feel like things are going well, it's super crucial to be unattached to the sale, very detached. Now, you look at the tip. This is what the Sarge does really well, and I really like this. Sometimes in the agenda, I like to sprinkle this whole, hey, you know what? Even if we don't end up working together, Sean, I'm still gonna go in the next 20 minutes. We're still gonna talk about some of the problems you have, and if I know resources to, I'll point you to them to help you out. How does that sound? Right? Like as part of the agenda step, I really like sprinkling that in there because it really diffuses the whole. This is a sales call. They're trying to get me on a sales call. They're trying to sell me something, right? It's like even if you don't work, even if you don't end up working together, I'm still gonna take the time and give you whatever I can help you with. And that's like, to me, the best way to start the agenda, right?
Yeah. And some of the best calls that I've taken, or that I've been discovery calls I've been part of, people have used that to a T. I even had one say to me, because I was pretty interested in the product that they had to offer. She said, while I know it sounded like in our previous call that this would be potentially a good fit, but I just want to be right up in front and honest with you at the end of this. If it isn't a good fit, there's no expectation, but I will make sure that you at least have some value to get out of this in the end. Right. Even though I was more, I was really anxious. It was almost that push me back a step to go, just understand maybe this isn't the best fit, and I'm going to be honest with you if it isn't, right? And it diffuses your prospect, but it also, again, you're making them a little bit more anxious because you kind of, especially us rubies in the room, you've pushed them back a little bit and said, hold on, let's make sure.
Yeah, I love that. That's so critical. Okay. All right. So we've done the steps 1 and 2. Put in the chat, right? Step 1 and step 2. Where are we so far? Just a quick recap. Should know where we are, guys. I'm not seeing a lot of activity in Discord, which is pretty worrying. I don't know whether people started dozing off or doing other things in the background. Oh, okay, I see how you got. Hong An's got the emoji there. Everyone's got their. Okay, wow. Okay, everyone seems to be back. Great, fantastic. Opening agenda, right? The key difference here in the steps is what? From between the FCC blueprint and the QC blueprint. What's the difference now? Which step is the main difference? Yes, William, you're right. Step 2. Step 2 is different. We establish an agenda. And someone tell me, why do we establish an agenda in the QC and not in the FCC? Or I guess rather, why do we not really need to establish a agenda in FCC? Yep, John, to take control, authority, FCC short. Yep, Patrick, that's right. That's right. That's not the purpose. Yeah, exactly. Adam, you're 100% right. So, right, first call is to disqualify. You want to get in, you want to hook them, get them in the hook, right? Ask them questions and then get off the call. Right now, we don't want them to get off the call in 5 minutes. We want them to speak, but we want them to play within our rules, right? We take control of the call as a high ticket closer. Right? Especially as an ultra high ticket closer, we better be controlling the call. That's our battleground. And they play by our rules, right? So exactly. It's exactly what we're learning at HTC. Okay. Now, this part, the next part is extremely critical, okay? Because the step is the same. The step is the same, but the content is very different. So if you want to make it maybe more clear for you, you might want to say, you know, for the first one, right? Asking powerful questions FCC, and then this one you might want to say asking powerful questions QC, because it's different, okay? So Sean, take it away.
So the biggest reason why our questions are different in a QC is because we're now going past the surface level. We're actually getting into those questions that get deeper into their business and gives us the crucial information we need to know to make sure that this is going to be a good fit for the prospect. Again, you want to make sure that you've covered that WIIFM, what's in it for me, for the prospect. And again, this is not us as closers instilling our own values. This is really about what's important to your prospect. But the only way you can truly understand what's important to them is you have to ask those deeper questions. You know, it doesn't mean that you're asking the AE type deep questions. This is kind of think of it as a middle ground, right? You started with a surface level in your FCC call. Now you're getting into a little bit deeper, you know, just to make sure that you've got someone that's in the right frame of mind or in the right place to be a good fit. But like we're saying, not deep level 3 pain, right? We're maybe still level 1, even level 2, but you know, kind of that midpoint. And we're not digging for personal pain here. You're digging for business pains. This is a big difference between B2C and B2B. This is you're helping them figure out what's going on in their business. Yes, that will affect what's going on in their personal life, but you're not there to solve their personal problems. You're there to help them solve their business problems. As a side effect, might help them solve their personal problems, but the reason they're there is for their business, to make improvements in their business. So these questions that we're going to give you are going to be ones that will help you get into that deeper dive into what is important for their business. So you ready for these?
Yeah, very well said, Sean. Sorry, I was just answering I think, sorry, I don't want to butcher your name, but In's page. So if anyone's asking what kind of pains are in B2B, remember to check out April 2020's IC class. Because in that class, Sifu and we covered the different kinds of B2B pain, right? You guys remember that, right? We've covered that in IC, so we talk about different types of level business pain. And in regards to Zachary's got a question for what is an AE type of question. So I think this is good, Sean. So like, why not talk us through like, what's the difference? What's an AE type question? And what's a QC type question?
Okay, so let's talk about it in the context of Dragon 100, because that's something that, you know, was pretty top of my mind, and I know some people are kind of interested in how we qualify for Dragon 100. So for an example, one question we might ask a prospect in Dragon 100 as an SDR on the qualification call is, we want to make sure that they have money that they're able to invest in their business to be able to improve their business and solve some of their business pains. But we don't talk in the QC, we don't talk specifically about the price of of the program. That's something that the AE would go over. So instead, we talk about their budget. So the questions we would ask are, well, Joel, do you have some money set aside that you could invest in your business to be able to, help your business prosper or thrive in these current times? Or
Yeah, I mean, when you say some money, do you mean like like quite like what is pretty significant?
well, it depends. For some businesses, it may be significant, but if you had to give me a number, like, do you have a number in mind of what you'd be able to invest?
Um, right now with everything going on, I mean, probably like not more than 10 grand, really.
So if it was, now maybe you say 10 grand, that's what you have in your pocket right now, or is it you need to split it up a little bit more, maybe something that you could split over a monthly payment versus an upfront payment? Or
That's what I'm comfortable with spending for sure,
Okay.
because I have to keep a bunch of savings saved up in case, things get worse, right? Shit hits the fan.
Okay.
Yeah,
That-
so it's just what I'm
that makes
comfortable with investing.
For sure. So that's the kind of level, if you guys can see, is that I'm not actually telling him what the price is or whether he wants to buy. I just want to know whether he has money that he can invest.
Yeah. And like for Zachary, I'll give you another example, right? Like this is the difference between an AE type question versus an SDR QC question. So if I was going to ask, and I think James Adamson, he put in the chat there, BANT, which is great. So BANT stands for budget, B for budget, A for authority, right? N for needs, and then T for time, right? BANT, right? Authority also means decision maker. So if I was to ask as a SDR, not necessarily will I go into, like if I was talking about the needs, right? Needs. So I might say, so I might ask a question like this in the SDR call. Hey, Sean, what exactly do you feel is not quite right yet in your business?
Well, I still trying to figure out how to keep my employees engaged with, having to work remotely. I mean, they're so used to working in the office right now. I just not sure how to make sure. I know we do the Zoom thing and that, but I'm trying to figure out how to keep them engaged and keep them to keep pushing forward through this time.
Got it. Okay, so this is the very key part. So Zachary, I hope you're paying attention, right? As an SDR, I may or probably not go deeper into that question. So when he tells me his issue is keeping employees engaged remotely, I'm going to take notes. Okay, problem number one, having issues keeping employees engaged remotely. That might be my problem, okay? Now, as an AE, as an account executive, if I'm on a closing call, you better be sure I'm going deeper into that question. So I might ask Sean as an AE, Sean, so now that you're saying, you're having issues keeping them engaged, how is it affecting your business exactly?
Oh, well, it's making it tough to keep new sales coming in the door because, so many people have distractions of home and whatever their case may be. Like, it's just not the same focus we have in an office environment.
Huh. So you're saying it's actually affecting your sales revenue?
Yeah, it is.
Huh.
Yeah.
How does, okay, and then see, so here as an AE, I push, right? And then I'm going to even push deeper. I can relate that. So, talking about his sales revenue. Now, if you don't fix this problem, how is it going to affect your business's livelihood in the next 30 days? Okay, so Sean, suppose this problem continues. How much of a buffer do you even have to be able to keep your business afloat if this keeps on going?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, we did pretty good last year. We put away about, 50K, but it's, with the way things are going and these guys not being focused, I mean, we're going to chew through that pretty quickly.
So you're saying if you don't fix the whole engagement issue for your companies on like working remotely, you're going to burn off your savings pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I know you mentioned that, that the savings you've actually were planning to invest in, or not invest, but rather build a bigger home, like you told me earlier that you kind of promised your wife. So you're saying that if you spend this money, then you're not going to have that anymore.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So So Zachary, I'm giving you a kind of vague example there, but that's the difference, right? And as an AE, I would try to go as deep as I can, when it makes sense, right? And then as an SDR, I'm just gonna leave it at the okay, issue with engagement remote. That's pretty much where I'm going. Okay, so I think Shang asked a great. I think Bogdan asked a good question. I think Felix already answered it for you guys. Maybe Sean, you want to take it? So it's kind of like if they really want to know about the price, and like for example, our Dragon 100, right? We give the AEs the power to reveal it in the slide deck. How does the SDR handle that?
So that's a great question, and I mean, what we tell our SDRs is it's pretty simple. Well, I'd like to get into that for you, but at this call, we're looking just to make sure that things are going to be a good fit. And if we do determine it's a good fit, we'd book a call with an account executive who can give you those details once he further qualifies you and make sure that this is going to work for your business. Would that sound good?
And then I'm assuming they're going to ask, well, what if they really, really have to know the price, like right now?
Some people I've just told, I've told them outright, but it depends. Again, it depends on what you're closing for. In the case of Dragon 100, we don't give it out at that level. And it's like, well, I know you want to know that price, and we can work with you to make sure that you would have a budget available to be able to fit in that margin. But unless you're prepared to make this level of investment, that you have a budget of say $2,500 to $3,500 a month you can invest in your business, is there really even a point about talking about the price?
So yeah, to give the so like I see a lot of good questions and answers there. So really at this point, like what Sean said, it really depends on the where you are in the call, how the call is going, and the kind of product and service you're selling. So the rule is not to never give price. That's not what we're saying. So Ings, that's not correct, right? It's not like, oh, you never give out the price, right? Shang, I mean, it does depend on company policy, but I say again, like we go back, even when we learn at HTC, it's really common sense in regards to how the call is flowing. Give me a perfect example, right? If I'm having a great, very honest conversation with Sean, and Sean's like telling me like, hey, Joel, I think you're great. You give me a lot of value. I also know that this is an investment. I really got to know how much it costs. Like, yeah, I might try to redirect that once and say, you know what, I don't really have those figures. My account executive has. Now, if the guy's like, yeah, but Joe, I just don't want to waste anyone's time. I just kind of need to know like what it's gonna cost. Like, I'm not gonna just be like, no. Like, that's not the HTC way. You know what I'm saying? I would say, hey, so some of you guys are right. Like, I could give a ballpark range. Hey, Mr. Prospect, like I said, the account executive is going to speak to you in greater detail about this. But from what I've heard, it's somewhere between 20 to about 30 grand, right? But I don't know the exact numbers, or 20 to 40, right? I don't know the exact numbers. I do know that there are payment plans and things like that. But like I said, the AE can give you more details, right? Like, I would do that. Like, so there's no need to be like, there's no rule that says, oh, if they ask for the price, you disqualify them. No. Like, so Kyle, that's not a rule. I don't think that's immediate disqualification unless they're being like an ass, they're being an ass, they're very rude, they're very condescending, right? They're very, yeah. And like what Phil said as well, that's another strategy that I use with the B2C. It's like, so when I used to, I'm going to kind of tangent off here a bit, but when I used to close HTC, like back in the day, this was like 2 years ago, I had one of the things that I taught the rest of the closers was, one of the tactics I used to review price was this. And this is something where you need to think about to get it to work for your product or service, but I did it this way. I did a whole sort of psychology mindfuck kind of thing. So I did this, right? I said this. So the prospect really wants to know how much HTC costs, right? And I didn't feel like we were there. So that's what I did, okay? I did this. I did, hey, Mr. Prospect, that's a great question. I'm going to ask you something, right? You're telling me you want to be a high ticket closer, correct? And they go, well, yeah, that's why I'm going to call. And now as a high ticket closer, you want to close high ticket deals and make high income commissions, right? That's your goal, right? And they say, yeah, that's what I want to do. Then here's how I hit them. I go, okay, suppose HTC is a high ticket program, a high ticket product. I'm going to ask you, Mr. Prospect, how much do you think HTC is worth? So here's where I spin the whole thing back on them. And then if they come back to me and be like, oh, well, I don't know, like, I don't know how much it costs. You tell me. I go, hey, Mr. Prospect, we got a problem here. You're telling me you want to be a high ticket closer, yet you can't value a high ticket program. What's going on? Right? I go, hey, we got a problem here. You want to be a high ticket closer, but you can't even tell me what you think this program is worth. I say, just throw out a number. Give me a guess, like anything, 1K, 5K, 2K, 10K, just tell me. And they tell me something. They will say 1K. They will say 5K. They will say 10K. They will say 50K. Then I will ask them, well, if it's 50K, would you invest 50K today if I told you it was $50,000? Said, oh, I would, I just don't have the money. Then I go, well, how much money do you actually have right now? Well, I have 3K. Bam, I got my way in and I diffused the entire situation. So that almost always worked for me. I almost always did that, and it almost always worked for me. That was a B2C though. That's a B2C, right? It's very effective because I use psychology on them being high ticket closers. I said, like, you want to be a high ticket closer, you can't even tell me how much this program is cost. And then you know what's the even crazier part about this? The super powerful part about this is this. I said, if I set the price, let's say we found out the price was like, let's say this, right? Let's say they said it was 1K. I said, wow, okay, Mr. Prospect, you're really telling me that this program is only worth 1K, right? If it's gonna teach you how to make high income commissions, closing high ticket deals. You're telling me it's only worth 1K? And they go, oh, no, that doesn't sound right. That's not right. Okay, and I say, okay, let me, Mr. Prospect, if it was 3K, how would you feel about that? They go, oh, that's a bit out of my budget. And then I say, well, then this is where I go, this closing, right? You go, well, if it's 3K, and I mean, realistically, how much would you be making back in the next 6 months if you mastered the skill? Then I take them through the whole numbers journey, and then they see, well, it's not really not a big deal. It's not a lot. It's worth the investment, right? Because I also say this, I say, and this is the other piece here with HTC that I love, is that I always say this to them. I say, Mr. Prospect, I'm going to ask you this. In the future, right, when you want to master HTC, when you want to start closing for other influencers, if you can't even invest 3K in yourself right now, what makes you think you can close other people's programs? How would you have the conviction to close other things at 1K, 3K, 5K, 10K? You can't even invest 3K in yourself, Mr. Prospect. Then they go, oh shit, then it hits them, right? Then they're like, oh damn. So that whole thing used to be like my #1 killer close. That exact thing I just shared with you guys there, that was my thing that like gave me a 50% conversion rate last year with that, right? Because it's like, they can't escape the truth. Because it's like, at the end, it's like, hey, you want to be a high ticket closer? You can't afford that. How are you going to be a high ticket closer? It makes no sense to me. All right, you tell me you want to be a high ticket closer, Mr. Prospect, but you don't want to invest, X amount of money. We got a big problem. You won't have to, can you imagine having the conviction to close someone on 10K if you haven't even invested 1K in yourself? How's that going to work, Mr. Prospect? And they go, yeah, man, like, yeah, you're right, Joel, you're right. It doesn't work, right? So these kind of things, you need to, again, like, I don't have that mapped out for Dragon 100 yet, but it's the same psychology that you can apply to Dragon 100, right? To ask those kind of questions. Sometimes you don't have to always reveal the price. It's kind of like, maybe kind of impromptu here. Like, I know the price of Dragon 100, right? So I might ask the guy back, I might say, hey, if we helped you increase, by the way, before talking about price, Mr. Prospect, if we helped you increase your your employee engagement on Zoom, because you said it's affecting sales revenue right now, right? Like, may I ask, how much sales revenue do you think it's affecting you by? Like, how many percent? And maybe Sean says, oh, I don't know, maybe like 30%. So you're losing 30% revenue just because your teams can't focus on working remotely? Yeah. Wow, damn. I mean, Sean, how much is 30% each month? Then Sean tells me, wow, that's like X amount, right? Something like that. Yep. And then I go, so you're losing, 10K a month, or yeah, losing 10K a month because your team can't focus on Zoom, right? And I say, okay, hey, Sean, if Dragon 100 showed you how to build a very efficient, effective remote team, right? How much would that save you in 12 months? Yeah, exactly, Godfred, 120K a year. So, okay, well, if that's the case, then if you were, I don't know, like say if you were to invest 20K, 30K, how would you feel? Or even in payment plans, how would you feel about that, Mr. So like, I would maybe do that.
So the biggest thing a bit to business owner putting in their ears is a return on investment. And so Joel putting it in there and saying, so let's suppose, Godfred, that I could save you $120 a year if I could show you how to make your teams work more effectively. If you had to invest, say, between $20,000 and $30,000 to make that happen, to get that kind of return, would that be worth it for you? You've now just shown him how he can take that $25,000 investment and basically get 4 times his money back.
Yeah, exactly, right? So I think like with whatever products and services you guys have, think about all the different things. The best way I think about it is like, what's the value your product and service provide? What's the solution it does? If you can calculate it, if you can get it to a number point, so like this is like a really emerald thing, right? Like if you can say each feature and benefit, and I know we don't really talk about feature and benefit, but hear me out. You get each feature and benefit, you kind of calculate how much is it worth in terms of real numbers, right? Like dollars, whatever. You get the number. If you know that when you get in a call, you can easily kind of justify the value of it using numbers, right? Because you can always say to the business owner, I mean, you're losing X amount right now, right? How much would it be worth if you invested Y amount and fix your X problem? Then you could do that. Patrick, what do you think about this approach? If you're already living the life you want to live, would it really be a problem? So when you want to decide to live, so when do you want? I wouldn't do this in the SDR call, because again, Patrick, you're going into personal. Unless you're talking about B2C, but like B2B right now, QC, I wouldn't talk about like I wouldn't ask them about living their life right now, because I'm still talking about their business. Let the AE ask that kind of question. You know what I'm saying? That's where the level would be, right? Okay. All right, Sean. Here we go.
So here's a good question to ask. And again, you're getting the business owner to talk about their business. So Joel, what's working for you right now, and what is it that makes it work?
I don't even know what really working is. Everything's just recovering. I mean, I guess employees coming back, and I think what makes it work is that we have like, I treat them like family, and they probably see me as family too, and I think we work well as a team. So yeah, my employees, they're working. It's working well.
That's good. So I mean, as much as some of that might seem a bit counterintuitive in our current situation, you're getting the person to think about something good, right? You're putting them in that positive mindset in the beginning, and like that's why even a lot of improvement frameworks that are out there for businesses, you talk about what's working, what's not working, and how can you improve. So always start with the good first, right?
Yes.
So this way you get them to talk about what's going good.
All right, who remembers from a previous IC class, I believe it was 2 or 3 months ago, Sifu taught us the 5 questions to ask consultative closing. Who remembers that, guys? Okay, put down the 5 questions, because I will show you we'll look at something that's really interesting. So when you find it, like just paste it. Okay, so we'll go ahead first until you guys find it.
So Joel, tell me, what's your ideal vision for the company?
Really, right now, the next 3 to 6 months, I just want to make sure we get back to like even what our revenue was, even 80% of what we were operating at the past quarter would be okay. So I'm just looking short term right now, because I need to make sure we don't go under.
Again, You're getting them to talk about where they want to go.
Perfect. Okay, thank you so much, Dave. What is working now? Okay, look at Dave's post, right? What is working now? What makes it work? What's your ideal vision? What's not quite right yet? What tools or resources? This is exactly it. These are the questions that you can ask in here as an SDR. Right? And if you look at these, what's not quite right yet? This is perfect. This is also great question for not just at the SDR level, but even the AE level. They can start here. But as an SDR, you definitely want to ask these questions, because think about it. These are not too personal, but they also go deeper than the surface, right? Do you see what I'm saying? You're not asking them about their wife and their kids and their husband and their dog, but you're asking them about their business. And so you're going deeper, but you're not going to the point where you're going to level 3 pain. So that's the whole purpose of it, right? As an AE, then I might go deeper into the why, right? The why. So which we'll talk about in a bit. Yep, what is not quite right yet. And then this one, Sean.
So Joel, what tools or resources would make it right?
Oh, I think we just need to know how to better use Zoom, or I need to find a way to eliminate distractions from my employees. Like they got kids. Like I don't know what the best way to help them stay engaged, I guess. I don't even know what is a tool for that.
So this is a part now where I could go and dig a little bit deeper. I'm not going to dig too deep as an SDR, but I might dig a little bit deeper because that, the answer he gave me some fairly high level stuff. So I might say, well, you say distractions. Tell me a little bit more about that, Joel.
Yeah, well, what my employees are saying is that, when they're compared to working in the office where they're not distracted by family, at home they got kids screaming, they got kids running around, homeschooling the kids, doing homework, cooking meals for them, like all that kind of stuff. I think those are pretty big issues.
Yeah, so they're definitely having hard time focusing then with all the distractions of family and life around them then.
Yeah. So, I mean, unless, you guys have some kind of resource or tool that will help me right now, that's the biggest pain in my thorn in my side.
Right. So you've also had a chance now not only to dig a little bit deeper, but also just, read it back to them to make sure you've got an understanding of what their pain is, right? And all of these questions that we're asking too, these are notes that we're taking for when it goes up to the AE, right? Because the AE is going to look for what some of the answers that you got, and that's where they're going to start asking even deeper questions, right?
Mm-hmm. Something that will help you, what I wanted to share earlier today, earlier in the evening, now that we're here, is something I learned as well. It's like the whole asking why 7 times. How many of you heard that? It's like a strategy, right? You ask why 7 times. It's for communication, but I find that it really works well even for closing. So not in a rude way. Like don't be like why, right? It's kind of like, okay, so your employees not having distractions. Why is that, right? And then they tell, oh well, because the kids at home. Why do you think the kids at home are being that way, right? So like also don't just ask why 7 times and make it super awkward, right? You start asking about the kids, it's kind of weird. So it's like you need to figure out the level where you're going to use it. Yeah, so Adam's therapy, right? And then a lot of people ask for finding purpose. Like that's a very solid exercise, by the way. So like if you haven't done that already, you just practice that with yourself, with your family, with your your spouse, with your friends. Ask yourself why, ask them why. That's gonna make you a better closer. I guarantee that. Right? If you can ask why in the right time, at the right moment, right? Still asking the right question at the right time, you're gonna ask very effective questions. Oh, William, that's funny. Yeah, that's true, right? So yeah, ask why, the right time, the right questions. But the deeper you can go with the right direction, it will make a lot of sense. It will help you move in the direction that you need to go. Yep. Okay. Fantastic. We are getting close, everyone. This is the fun part. This is the fun part. Okay, so far for the QC blueprint, write up the 3 steps that we've gone through so far for the qualification call blueprint. Step 1, step 2, step 3. Where are we at? For the QC blueprint. Opening, okay, Zachary, agenda, yep. And then what's the last step that we just did? Yeah, asking powerful questions, fantastic. Exactly. Okay, this part is fun because this is, I guess, this entire part 1 of module 3, I think lives for this moment, right? Like as an SDR, you will be, you're close to the finish line when you can set the BAM for the AE. Right? That's kind of the whole reason why you're doing all this. You're putting all this hard work is to get the BAM for the account executive. Otherwise, this is like the #1 definition of success as an SDR. So this part, pay key attention to because there's a lot of juicy stuff in here. All right, Sean?
So, first of all, the obvious thing is be ensure that you're confident that the prospect is interested and wants to move forward. So like in our, we talked about it in our role plays earlier, even on the FCC, don't jump to this part too quickly. Make sure that you've, and again, as you do more and more of qualification calls, you get to understand the flow of a call, and you'll start to get that understanding or that feeling when you know that prospect is interested in what you have, you are able to provide value, and now you want to get them to that next step. So, but biggest thing, because again, it'll come through really quickly, is you don't want to be attached to the sale. So it's again, like if they keep hammering that question about even the price or whatever, you can always come back to it and go, I understand price is really important to you, but like I said, our call today is just to make sure that this is going to be a good fit for you. And I'm sure that more than just price matters to you, because I mean, if it's just price that matters, and that maybe this isn't a good fit for you. So don't be afraid to, this is a place where, you can't be afraid to walk away if it's not the right fit. And you can't try too hard, because if you try too hard, they're going to realize it. Again, you're going back to the green monster. So, but you also want to you're going to ask them questions that are going to let them make the commitment, right? You're not the one going, well, let's book a call. You're going to ask them questions, and we've got an example for you of how to ask them questions to let them make the commitment.
Yeah, and this is what Sifu said, right? When we say it, it just means something, but when they say it, all right, it means, you guys know what the last word is, right? To the whole thing. It means everything, exactly. So yeah, Sean, let's say, we finished the powerful questions, and now let's do this.
So Joel, from what I've learned from you today, I definitely think there's a benefit working together moving forward. The best way to confirm that, though, would be to set up an appointment with one of our account executives so we can go over the specifics with you and just make sure that there's nothing that I've missed. Could we set up a time next week where he could do that?
Okay, yeah, that's fine. So I'm going to be speaking with, you said someone else, right?
That's right, one of our account executives.
Okay, sure. How long is this call going to be?
Typically the call is an hour. Are you able to set up aside for an hour for that?
Yeah, and you mentioned that they're going to show me like some more details, like a pitch deck or something like that, right? Like a slides and stuff.
Right. They'll go into more detail of it, but they're going to ask some more questions around the information that I was able to collect today, because again, we want to make sure that this is going to be a good fit. Make sense?
Okay. Yep, that's fine. Let's do that.
Okay. So and I go ahead, boom, work and book the call.
Yes. Yep. And then, very key as well, everyone. Here, objection handling. You have objections in this stage, right? You are not, like in every call, you will be facing objections, right? It's all about how you read the record with finesse, how you deal with objections, and how you as a closer, as an ultra high ticket closer now, right? How you call them out on objections. So Sean, you want to take this part?
Sure. So, I'll get back to you is a very, very common one.
That's probably the number one thing most people say. Hey, let me think about it. I don't think we need to book a call right now. I just want to let it, think about it in my brain really quick. Just to go think about it. I'll get back to you.
You know what, Joel, I can appreciate that, but I just want to make sure. A lot of people say, oh, I'll get back to you, and it's just they don't want to tell me, no, that's not the case here, is it?
No. I genuinely want to just go think about it, because I have to consider, like where my savings are at, plus all the things you've told me. I also maybe want to talk to my wife about it.
Oh, okay. So Joel just gave a critical piece of information, or two critical pieces of information. One, it's a money issue. And two, there's someone else involved in the decision-making process that isn't on the call.
Yep, exactly. Right. And in this case, then, well, Sean, what would you do in this case?
Okay, well, I might say, oh, your wife needs to be involved. Would it make more sense that maybe we have a call and get your wife involved if she's got some questions? Maybe I can help explain things to her as well.
Oh yeah, I think that I'll talk to her first and see what she says. But yeah, if we've got more questions, we'll definitely come back to you.
So, that's one way I might handle it.
Good question, Inks. Shouldn't we find it out earlier? Yeah, you could. You really could, especially like as in the beginning part when you do the powerful discovery questions. Those are one of the questions I would definitely ask. Like, is there someone else in your business that also makes decisions, right? Or no, not like that. It could be like, is there anyone else that you think? And this, by the way, sometimes I would definitely encourage you to do it even in the FCC call, even before you get off the call, because hey, by the way, I know I booked that time with you. Is there someone else that needs to be in the call, right? Like a decision maker or your business partner? Do you have anyone like that, or your spouse, right? Like what I said in the beginning, like earlier this evening, because you want to know who else is involved. Now, if you didn't, and then you happen to jump on a call with this one person, you will still have to ask it in this other call, right? Hey, by the way, I forgot to ask you in the first call, but is there someone else that should be on this call with us, or do you usually make decisions for your business on your own? All right, yeah, exactly. David has a great one right there as well. And then like Godfred says, you book another QC call. There is, again, no rule that says you can have multiple FCCs, you can have multiple QCs. It's whatever it takes to get a very solid qualified BAM for your account executive, right?
And
the biggest issue, really quick, Sean, is that we see closers setting appointments that are very unqualified and that are a waste of everyone's time. So they just want to get the BAM, and they set the BAM, and the sharpshooter or the AE jumps on call, and they're like, what the heck? Why do you even set this appointment? The guy's not even ready yet. They don't even know. They don't even have a budget, right? Like they don't even know what the heck's going on. Like, what do you do this? So like, don't fall into the trap where it's just like, oh, I just need to book a BAM right now. Like right now. I just got, like don't fall into that trap, right? Like what Sean said. Don't be attached. Don't worry. You can always do multiple QCs. Yeah, go from there. Sean?
Yeah, and Joel kind of hit what I was going to say. We've had closers even on our teams get caught by that one where they didn't make sure they got all the decision makers on the call. It got up to the AE level. A partner was brought in on the AE call, but the partner wasn't part of the discovery call, and the partner didn't want to have anything to do with what we were talking about and just saw no value because they had no pretext. So yeah, it's a very even experienced closers get caught in this trap. So it's something you want to make sure as a ultra high ticket closer that you make sure you cover those aspects.
Yes, and Bogdan has a great question there. What's the fine line between meeting KPIs and proper qualification? Great question. I would say as a manager or director, right, what we look at is not just like the number of BAMs you produce, because we don't really care about that, right? Well, you really care about the booms, the money in the bank. So give you a perfect example. I got 2 SDRs. One SDR sets like, I don't know, 10 BAMs a week. One other guy sets, 5 BAMs a week or 4 BAMs a week. But if the other guy gets like 1 or 2 sales every week, the other guy gets like 0. What's the point? So the KPIs are there, but at the same time, we also remember we do audit, we do reviews. We look at, like, if the AE keeps complaining that Joel's calls are all very bad and all unqualified, that's already a big problem. Don't even need to talk about KPIs. You can't even get the basics right. Like, you can't even set a proper BAM. Don't even need to talk about the OKRs and the KPIs. you gotta go back to the dojo and practice your basics first. Like, that's the most important thing, right? So, because again, yeah, like what Godfred says, like the AE talks to management, SDRs talk to management. We can track all that stuff.
And just to add to that further, good sales managers, if they're noticing that, I'd rather as a sales manager have my SDR come back to me and go, you know what, I'm not booking appointments, and here's what I'm facing, and here's what the objections or the problems that I'm facing, because one, I might be able to do some coaching with them, or two, it could be actually something with, especially sometimes on a newer product, it could be something we just haven't addressed and we need to take a deeper look at as with our product team. So that communication is the important part. I mean, if you really feel that there's an issue, like I'm not a person that says, I definitely don't want you booking calls just for the sake of meeting a KPI. I want you booking quality. And if you can't book quality, then make sure you talk to your sales management. Let them know what's going on.
And Sean said something super key there as well, and that's the whole booking in terms of like quality calls, because here's the reality of things, right? Like I want you to take a look at this very seriously. Like just imagine this, right? You've got one chance. First of all, you got one chance to make a good impression. You've done that. You've got one chance to explain your solution, and you've done that. You've got one chance to answer questions, right? To build good rapport, to do all that kind of stuff, to do a QC appointment, all that kind of stuff. You've done all that perfectly. Then you got the one final step, right? Booking the final call of the AE. Imagine you messed that chance up. The guy jumps on a call with the AE and the whole deal falls through. The whole deal is a no close because of your lack of qualification. You know, you just wasted the whole thing, right? Like, I don't know whether you realize that. That's what Sean's saying is so key. It's like, instead of booking the BAM with the AE, take a step back. Hey, don't book the BAM first. Go for more QCs. Talk to them a different time. Set up another appointment with yourself. Why would you send them over to the AE and then the AE jumps on and the AE messes everything up? Because here's the thing. The AE jumps on, the AE gets frustrated, the AE gets annoyed because the prospect not qualified, and then the AE might do something that turns the prospect off forever. Or the AE might not have the, so you just basically threw the ball to someone who's not ready to play. So like Sean saying something super key. Don't set the BAM. Keep the BAM, hold it off. Do another QC, do multiple QCs. Only set the BAM when you're ready to give the ball to the AE. Because the AE is gonna freaking shoot the ball, right? Or kick the ball. And if the ball's not ready, then you're not gonna score a goal.
Because again, what's gonna put the money in your pocket? Is it gonna be setting the appointment, or is it gonna be actually getting the boom?
Yeah. And by the way, you talk to different companies or different industries. Like I know some of them pay per lead or pay per appointment set. I get that. But here on our team, we don't freaking pay for activity. We pay for results. We pay for performance. You get a freaking big commit. Okay, like I don't mind revealing this, right? But Sean, how much does an SDR make from a Red Dragon sale? Like in US dollars?
Yeah, it's over 3K.
Like 3,600, 3,800?
Yeah.
And then SDR, how much they make? Like 4K, for something? I mean, sorry,
Yeah,
Black Dragon.
Yeah, it's even more. It's closer to, I think it's closer to 5. Yeah.
Yeah. So 5K for one sale. Shit, give me 30 days. I make 2 of those. That's 10. Would you rather be paid for performance, or would you rather be paid per hour or per appointment set? How about per appointment set? I pay you $100. That's it. You don't get any commission from the sale, or you get a small one, or I pay you the huge commission for exactly what the Sarge said. I pay you $5,200 for the sale. So yeah, on TDL we don't pay for your BAMs. We pay for your results. Exactly right. Yep. Okay. Awesome. We are getting there. We are getting there, everyone. We're getting there, team. Make it stick. All right, let's recap the past 4 QC blueprint steps. Step 1 to 4, what do we have so far? Because I want you to compare the differences, right? There are 3 that are the same, there are 2 that are different. Yep, opening agenda, powerful questions, close for the AE appointment. Yes. And here, for the make it stick part, I'm going to share something else that's a big bonus that is not on the slide. So Sean, do you want to go ahead?
So this is a part where you definitely want to make sure that you edify the account executive. So one thing you want to do, and if you don't have this information ahead of time, make sure you work and find out about your account executives. What's their background? Why are they going to be someone that this prospect wants to make sure they spend time with? Because if you edify them properly, your prospect is going to understand what value they will bring to the table and truly help qualify this prospect to make sure they're a good fit for the product or service that you're providing. You need to make sure that you communicate properly with your AE on the important details and next steps. So one of the things we have is we have a template, and this is why we ask all these questions. We get all this information from the prospect because we actually take all of this information, we put it into a template, and we pass that to the AE to make sure they understand all the stuff that all the knowledge you've gotten about the prospect, but then you're also going to tell the prospect that, you know, hey, we're sharing this information, as Aaron just said, a pre-call brief. We're sharing this information with the account executive so that they have some background on what we've already spoke about today, and it will help just make sure that the questions that the account executive is going to ask are going to be focused on what you're looking for your business. And O is allow your AE to easily access the call recording. On our team, it is mandatory that, and you know, unless a prospect outright says, you know, you cannot record my call, when they have that right because of privacy reasons, but otherwise every call is recorded so that we can turn around and actually give that up to the AE, because sometimes, you know, while it's great to give the notes and the pre-call brief, there's a lot of stuff like tonality and that, or just stuff that gets lost in the translation of that pre-call brief, and the AE wants to have a second listen just because maybe they may pick up a couple extra things to help them deal with the prospect better. You know, a little bit more about you know, their gem type or things that are other points that maybe you didn't note in your call. So like the Sarge says, we can't stress enough, it is super important to have both not only the pre-call details, but that recording accessible.
Yep. And then Sean will demonstrate as well here with how he edifies the AE and makes it stick, which we'll go into in a bit.
So we'll use the Sarge, seeing as he's here in the room. So so Joel, I booked a call with one of our account executives.
Okay.
His name is Desmond Soon.
Okay.
Desmond's got years of business experience and firsthand knowledge of what challenges business owners are facing at this time. And because of that, it's putting his time in high demand. He's made some time available in his calendar to take your call. I know your time is valuable and his time is extremely hard to come by. So I just want to make sure that we don't waste anyone's time. If for any reason you're not able to make this call, can you let me know so we can reschedule?
Yeah, that's fair. I don't want to waste an hour of anyone's time, much less mine, right? Yeah.
See how I did that?
Dude, look at can you guys point out the edification there in the, okay, put in Discord. How did Sean, or edify also, the other way to think about it is, you know, putting Desmond on a pedestal, right? How did Sean edify Desmond? Put it in the Discord channel. What did he say? Yep, years of business experience, first-hand knowledge, right? Challenges business owner, exactly, right? That key right there, the third sentence there. And also, his time is extremely hard to come by. Yep, you guys got it. Now, yeah, we talked about edification quite a bit, I think, over the past couple months in IC. So we kind of know what this is. So I'm going to share with you a couple tips and tricks that we used to do to ensure that it really sticks for the AE call. Okay, so what we talked about, this is similar, right? You send the email, you send the appointment, you send the pre-call text. Here is something that's not on the slide that I left out on purpose because I want you to actually write this down because it's not on the slide. You're not going to get this unless you listen to the recording. One thing that is super effective is, I call it a pre-call FCC. Some people just call it the call before the call or the pre-call call, right? It's funny, but I call it the pre-call FCC. Before the prospect jumps on the call with Desmond, let's say Desmond's appointment with the prospect is on Thursday. Right, Thursday afternoon. On Thursday morning or Wednesday evening, I FCC the prospect. Hey, Mr. Prospect, don't want to worry you, just wanted to quickly check in. You still good for the call with Desmond tomorrow, right? Do you get my email? I sent you some notes there. Desmond told me he reviewed your file. Is everything okay? I always recommend that. Whether it's the AE that, probably not the AE that does that, but if you as an SDR, you do the due diligence, like a proper handoff, right? You don't just pass the baton off when the guy is like 20 meters away, you just throw it to him. You run the baton right next to the guy, then you give the guy the baton, right? The next runner. You don't just throw the baton to the guy who's 20 meters away and they, oh, hopefully you catch it. Don't get us disqualified, right? So doesn't mean I booked the BAM for the AE and I go celebrate, right? Go drink in the bar or whatever. And be like, oh yeah, we did it. No, I still send all the information to Desmond, to the AE. I make sure Desmond has everything he needs. I make sure Desmond has asked me all the questions he has, and I send the prospect some emails. I even send a prospect a text. I will still call the prospect. I will still give the prospect an FCC. Hey, Mr. Prospect, just want to let you know, right? Just want to confirm you're talking to Desmond tomorrow. He actually told me to remind you. He talked to me earlier today, and we just wanted to make sure you're good. Are you good? You okay? Everything's great. Fantastic. Well, I'll let Desmond know. Right? If anything changes, don't hesitate to let me know. All right. That is the one crucial thing. If you do that, it's gonna increase your show up rates a lot. Now, the same thing applies for B2C, by the way. So if you're like doing sharpshooter closes, or you're doing one call closers, things like that. If you get a booking on your calendar, don't just get a booking calendar and send them an email and all that. Call them before the actual appointment. You'd be surprised how many people don't actually do that. People like B2C closers don't actually do that. They don't. They just say, oh, you know what? They booked the call on my calendar. I'm good. I'm done, right? It's booked in my calendar. They're going to show up. Hell no. No. Pick up the phone a day or two before the actual appointment. Hey, Mr. Prospect, I noticed that you booked this time in my calendar. Are you still good for that call? I sent you a bunch of emails and I haven't gotten a response from you, so I'm a bit concerned. At the least, leave them a voicemail. Send them a text.
So I see Bogdan's got a question there. Let's say it takes 2 to 3 QCs before a BAM. How important is it to start edifying the AE super early on? I don't edify the AE until the appointment's booked.
Yeah. You don't talk about the AE at all. If you know it's going to take 2 to 3 QCs, you're not going to bring up the AE in the first call. At least you shouldn't, right? There should be no need to, because you're going to have to talk to them multiple times. And even if you do bring up the AE, you don't have to edify them right away. You could just be like, I know I brought up our account executive Desmond, right? But we still got a bunch of questions that I want to cover with you first. So when can you set up another call with me, right? Or I think we're running out of time today, right? We've kind of run out for 20 minutes, and I think we need another call, another 20 minutes, right? When it's a good time, like, yeah. Edify them when you've set the BAM, or right before you know the BAM's gonna be set. For sure. And remember, guys, don't forget to pre-call FCC them. I know I'm gonna say this, like I'm gonna say this for the rest of my life, but I know people are gonna not do this. And they're actually not gonna do it. Like no one's gonna actually go pre-call FCC people. Like pre-call people before the appointment. Seriously, I'm gonna keep saying that. Pre-call the people, right? All right. We are nearing the end of class. We are nearing the end of Ultra HTC Module 3, Part 1. How's everyone doing so far? Was this class good? What's the feeling? What do you guys feel? Awesome, great, fantastic, good, great, awesome. I'm glad you guys took a lot out of it. So before we end, we like to do it, in the HTC or the Ultra HTC way. We love to end with some more engagement, some more role plays. Right? Who loves role plays? Who loves to get on here and practice what you've learned and implement, right, and show that? So Dana, if you mind, I see a couple of hands going up right now. Let's pick a couple and let's go. Some of the newer people.
Okay, let's see. We have Delia.
Yep, Delia.
Yes, you can unmute yourself.
Hi.
All right, Delia. So let's say, Sean, are you okay being a prospect?
Yep.
Okay, so Delia, you're gonna be the SDR that's now on the QC. So you've talked to Sean before. Sean agreed to book a QC with you. Now you're on the QC, and you're selling Danlock Consulting, like we discussed earlier tonight. Okay.
Okay.
All right, over to you both.
Okay, well, give me a call whenever you're ready.
Okay. Ring, ring.
Hello, Sean speaking.
Hi, Sean. This is Delia from Danlock Organization. We have an appointment right now.
Yeah, that's right. What was it about again?
It's about Danlock's consulting call.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. What has been the best part of your day so far?
Well, it's been a sunny day today. I actually my kids got out of the house, so I had a nice quiet place to work, and I could actually get some work done today. So it was good.
That's great. It's great that you can finally get to do that. Hey, Sean, we mentioned previously that you had 20 minutes set aside for today. Do you still have that time available?
I do, yeah.
Okay, that's great, Sean. Thank you for sharing that. So um, for today, I want to go more into depth into the struggles that you're currently facing to see if your solution would be to see if our solution would be a good fit for your company. Does that sound good?
Sure.
Great. And I would like to ask you some questions that might be a little more challenging to answer. Would that be okay with you?
Yeah, sure. Whatever is going to help us get to what we need to.
Okay. And I'd like to ask you to be as open and honest as possible, if that's okay with you.
Sure.
Great. And because throughout the process, I'm going to take notes about any questions that you might have so I can make sure that they would be addressed. And if it looks like the solution we provide with you would be a good fit, we would like to we could discuss the next steps. Does that sound good so far?
Yep, so far.
Okay. And if I want to let you know, Sean, if we don't end up working together, I want to make sure that I'm still providing value to you.
Okay.
Okay. So Sean, I'd like to ask you what's working well for you so far?
Well, with the COVID that's been going on lately, we've actually had a lot of businesses reach out to us. They've kind of been confused on how to get their technology systems to be able to allow their workers to work remotely. So we're getting a lot of calls to have us come in and consulting on that, and so our it's a great challenge to have. I guess we're a little bit different than maybe some other people in COVID that we're getting more business than we maybe have seen in the past, but now we're just trying to keep up.
Absolutely, that's really great that you're try to keep up during these times. Sean, what do you think makes it work for you right now?
I think more just because people know that we can provide these types of solutions. I mean, part of our focus is we provide people solutions that are a little bit more out of the box, and I guess these are out of the box times because nobody's really had to face this kind of thing before. So it seems to be resonating with our customers to be able to reach out to us and come to us for that advice.
That sounds really great. I'm really curious. What is your out of the box solution?
Just we have ways that we can help businesses give their access to their technology systems remotely so that their workers can continue to work even from home. I mean, a lot of businesses, they're so used to just working with a computer in the office and they have the IT guy or whatever that just makes that work. But when it comes to actually having to build that interface to be able to have some people work in the office and some people work remotely, they're just not prepared for that.
Okay, so you're able to provide a mixture of both remotely and not so much. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah, kind of a hybrid environment. Yeah.
Oh, that sounds awesome, Sean. And well, what is your ideal vision?
Well, my ideal vision is that we've traditionally worked more so within our province here within Canada, and we want to grow into our a much bigger reach because the services we offer can be offered anywhere. We don't have to physically be at the customer's location. So I think it's a good time, especially in the face of the challenging times a lot of businesses are facing right now, to really get that word out that we have solutions that we can help businesses through these difficult times.
Oh, that's really great. I'm from Canada as well. Are you thinking about going globally, or how far are you looking to expand your reach?
Yeah, I'd like to expand our reach globally.
Globally. Sounds great. And what is not quite working well? Just not quite yet. Not quite working well yet for you?
My biggest challenge is while I'm great at the technology side and I'm pretty good at the business side, I find that marketing and lead generation is one that I'm still working on trying to grasp. And before I just took people's advice on what I should do. And I don't know that I really got the best of advice. So I'm looking for someone that could, that's been there, done that, to be able to give me some better advice. And that's where I was looking to Dan Locke and maybe some consulting to see if he could give me some advice in that area.
Okay, so you've gotten some sort of advice before. Was it a mentor?
I was a digital marketing company.
Oh, I see. So it's someone else that has specialty there. And you mentioned that that's why you reached out to Dan Locke. And what do you know about him so far?
Well, I see he's got a global reach. He's got a fairly big following online, and that's why I wanted to see what his thoughts were, because maybe he might have some, rather than me just trusting some of these so-called specialists with their advice, maybe he'd have some sage advice to be able to get us on the right track. Maybe some stuff we could do in-house, or stuff we could do in cooperation with some of the tools he has available, or I don't know. That's where I'm hoping to get some advice.
Okay, so you're looking to, because it seems like Dan Locke, he has the results that you already want. So you feel that he could be the right person for you. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Sounds good. And from what I hear from you so far, Sean, it seems like you're looking for some sort of the next steps as to what to do, or for to expand globally. May I ask you, what kind of tools and resources would make it right for you?
Yeah, well, that's where I'm kind of stuck. I know there's lots of the technology side I have nailed down pretty good, and being able to talk to people remotely, we have nailed down pretty good. But I just don't know, especially from marketing and lead generation. I don't know, I know there's ClickFunnels and all these other guys that you can build your own lead funnels and that kind of stuff, but because I've never dealt with them directly before, I've always gone through a second, third party company. I don't know which one to pick. So maybe knowing which funnel building system would be a good one for us to start with. That might be a good one to go for.
Okay, so knowing what kind of funnel and having some clarity as to where to go next would be the best approach for this. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, that would be right. Yeah.
Okay, that sounds great. Okay, so that sounds good. I'm just making some notes here because I'm thinking about, it seems like we're a good fit here, Sean. And I want to ask you, have you been a part of any kind of, let's say, have you had a coach? I know you mentioned that you had worked with a digital marketing company before, but have you had a mentor? How coachable are you?
Oh, well, that's an interesting question. I like to think I'm fairly coachable. I mean, I've worked with, like I said, I've trusted other groups to provide these services to me before. I don't think I'd be here right now if I wasn't willing to take some advice on the subject. So I think that's actually a really good question.
Thank you. Oh, do you have any specific examples you could share with me, Sean?
Well, like I said, I the best example I have is that I also have a business coach that I work with, and he helps me on the strategy and where to take ourselves next. But even he was the one that actually told me that I should go and look for someone who could give me advice in the lead generation and marketing side, because it would be a big benefit to my business to be able to have someone knowledgeable in that area to be able to mentor me and give me advice, rather than just trusting a third party company that is a supposed expert. So I've taken his advice to actually reach out to you guys.
Oh, I appreciate that, Sean. I can see that you are taking action based on the advice. So that's really good. Okay, is there anyone else that would be involved in your decision-making process?
Nope, I don't have any partners. So.
Okay, great. And do you have any sort of budget set aside for this kind of investment?
Well, I know that Dan Locke's time is expensive, but
Yeah.
I think I got about 25,000 set aside right now.
25K. Okay. Okay. 25. Okay. And how much do you think this could make you, suppose you were to take the right steps?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'd love to say 10 times return on my money is a minimum I'd love to get, but I mean, as much as possible, of course. I mean, who wouldn't want that big return on their money, right?
Absolutely, I agree with you. Okay, well, okay, Sean, what I can do for you next is I can pass you on to Michael Mason. He is our account executive, and he he has a lot of expertise in business. And what I can do for you here is to pass you on to him. And with him, he's going to dive in deeper about your current situation and how you could specifically how you could specifically grow your business globally.
Okay.
And yeah, you would get the next steps there. Would it be helpful if I let you know, or sorry, would you like to move forward and book a call with him?
Yeah, sure. I mean, sounds like he'll be able to answer any other questions I have, or give me a little more detail, will he?
Yes, I can also send you our white paper if that would be helpful.
Sure. What's in the white paper?
What would you like to see? I can send you multiple. I have multiple ones here.
Oh, okay. Well, just maybe a little bit about how the process works with
Okay,
Danlocks Consulting, for sure.
Got it. How the process works. Okay. I'm looking at Michael's calendar right now. Does tomorrow at 2 p.m. work for you at your time?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, great. I'm gonna book you in, and suppose anything were to happen, I know emergencies could just kind of jump up at you. Would you let me know so we could reschedule?
Sure. Yeah, I can let you know.
Great, thank you, because Michael's schedule is really busy. And I'm sure he can add a lot of value to you. All right, and Sean, you have a great day. This is a pleasure talking to you.
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. Take care.
All right, Delia, very nice, nicely done, nicely done. I know we want to also have other people, so I'm going to give you some quick feedback, and then Sean can as well. So I like the most parts. I'm not, I don't want to spend time complimenting you on what you did well, because you did a lot well. I want to focus on things you can improve, right? So you can implement. So one thing is you did the BANT. So I should have made this clear. We should have made this clear in class, but one of the most simple framework in terms of qualifying a QC is to just go with the simple BANT model, right? Budget, authority, needs, timeline. So you did the needs first, which is okay, right? It's good. And then you did the budget and you did the authority, which is okay. The key thing, and this is what a lot of SDRs miss, is always the timeline. And let me tell you why this is so important, because like without knowing the timeline, and when I mean timeline, is timeline from the end of the call, like the call with the AE, to quotation, to getting financing, to approve the payment, to getting the first initial payments, to getting onboarded, to getting implementation of the tool, to getting delivery of whatever the solution is. That's the timeline. So people don't ask about timeline, so sometimes they're not sure what timeline means, and they don't really get like what timeline means, right? So like they don't ask it. But you need to ask for timeline because it involves a lot of factors, including some businesses, right? Their CFO or their finance team makes the final decisions on everything, or the CEO does, right? Now, you need to know that. And then also it ties into their implementation, right? How fast can they implement something like this? Because some businesses, they might be interested to do it now, but depending on the solution, they might have like, hey, you know what? Where our implementation team is actually pretty busy right now, or our customer, our client onboarding team is pretty busy right now. They're stuck with new projects. It's something that we can only look at doing next month. And you need to let the AE know that, because otherwise it'd be too premature to pursue the deal. So for example, for Danlock Consulting, the timeline is not really huge. So just think about it this way, right, Delia? Timeline is like this. Okay, what needs to happen before Sean can jump on a call with Dan to get the consulting done and over with? Everything before that point is my timeline. So when I set the BAM for Michael Mason, that moment to the moment Sean jumps on the call with Dan, that's the timeline. What needs to happen between that period? So first of all, obviously Sean needs to make the payment. Second of all, Sean needs to book a time with Dan, right? Then third of all, Sean actually needs to jump on a call, and then both parties need to show up. It's a pretty simple timeline, right, Delia? You get it?
Mm-hmm.
But you've got to ask Sean, hey, Sean, if this is something you're comfortable moving forward with, how soon can you get on a call with Dan? That's timeline. How fast, or when would you like to get the consulting done with Dan? Right? Because if Sean says, well, next month, it's like, wait, hold up. Let's say we're early May right now. Why next month? Right? Oh, in next quarter. Wait, why next quarter? Right? You got to ask those questions to know. If Sean says tomorrow, you might want to manage expectations, right? Hey, I don't, it's not really. You got to talk to Michael first, right? And then Michael is gonna walk you through the process, right? It's gonna be payment, then scheduling, and then Dan's calendar is kind of booked right now, about a week or 2 weeks out. Is that okay for you if you had to wait 2 weeks? You have to manage expectations. So I know you don't know the Danlock Consulting product well, but that's typically how you would look at your product or solution, the B2B, the thing that you have, and then go from there, right?
Yep. Thank you, Joel. I appreciate it.
So that's one, the timeline. Then the other piece too is, I noticed you say thank you quite a lot. You don't have to keep thanking Sean. I think he treats you as a confident, professional. And then, yeah, you're doing great. So that's it. I think that's all I have, Sean.
So first of all, Delia, you and I have role played before, and I want to echo Michael Mason's comment that you can tell you've been working in the JoJo. So first of all, congratulations for that. I can definitely tell the effort that you put in. That's great. Again, I won't go a lot into the specifics of what went well, just a couple or a big point to improve. I think the end part of your call, when you were edifying the account executive and booking the call, you kind of sped through it. You went a little bit too fast. You didn't edify Michael as well as you could have. It just seemed like you kind of skipped over the points, and then at the end of the call, it's just like, okay, bye. So here's another tip that we didn't cover in the slides that I'll give you. The last 3 words are what your prospect's going to remember in the next call. So maybe not exactly the last 3 words, but that last sentence you give is what they're going to remember. So I always like to say, okay, so we've got you booked in. You're going to speak with Michael Mason at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, and he's going to ask a few more questions to see if consulting will help you drive leads and get better marketing for your business. So what am I going to remember? Drive leads, get better marketing for my business.
Right. Thank you. Thanks, Sean.
All right, everyone. Well done to Delia. Fantastic. Sean, are you up for one more?
Sure.
All right, we've got, well, Bogdan's went already, so Delia's done. So let's do Phil. I think Phil is the only one with his hand up, and then we are good to go. Let me see what I can.
Yes, you can unmute yourself, Phil.
Where's Phil? There we go.
Hello.
Hey, Phil.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, perfect.
All right, Phil. Same context, Danlock Consulting. Are you ready?
All right. Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right,
ring,
Sean,
ring.
over to you.
Give me a call whenever you're ready.
Ring, ring.
Hello, Sean speaking.
Hey, Sean. This is Phil with Danlock Consulting. We have a book call for today.
Yeah, I believe. Yeah, it's here in my calendar. Remind me, what's this call about again?
You booked a call regarding needing more information on consulting services for your business.
Right. Yeah.
Awesome. And before we get started, what's the highlight of your day?
Well, I don't know about whether you got to work from home or not, but they're doing construction out back in my alleyway here today, and this morning it was driving me nuts. But the best part of my day is they stopped, so that's good.
That's good to hear. And we originally set aside around 20, 30 minutes for this call. I just want to make sure, does that still work for you?
Yeah, it does.
Perfect. And in our call today, we'll go a little bit more in depth, kind of like the struggles you're facing with your business, and if our solution would be a good fit for your company. And
okay,
I'll be asking you some questions that might be a little challenging to answer, but I need you to be as open and honest with me as you can. Can we agree to that?
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Awesome. And throughout the process, I'll be taking notes of any questions you might have, so I can make sure that they're answered by the end of the call. And if it looks like the solution we provide will be a good fit for your organization, we can discuss that a little bit further. Does that work for you?
Yep. No, that sounds good.
Perfect, perfect. And at the same time during the call, if I feel like it might not be a good fit, I'll let you know that as well. Does that sound fair?
Sure, that sounds fair.
Perfect, perfect. So Sean, tell me, what exactly is what's working for you right now?
Well, let's see. I got a lot of people calling me looking for advice right now on how to make their businesses more able to work from home remotely. We deal in technology systems, and we solve a lot of problems that other IT companies aren't willing to take. And one of the ones we find most of it is that businesses just aren't sure how to make that transition to either completely working remotely or working hybrid, where they have some people working in the office and not working in the office. So that's a solution that we provide.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. And as far as the solution you do provide, like what makes that work? What makes it work for your clients?
Again, they just don't know where to turn. So the fact that someone can give them a turnkey solution that they can get quick results and get their businesses up and running smoothly. It's not only a combination of technology systems and servers like email and that kind of stuff, but it's also the communication side. How are they handling their phone systems? Do they have stuff like Zoom, not just Zoom, but do they have stuff like voice over IP that will allow them to get their business calls outside of their office?
Okay. Yeah. So you pretty much have a full-on solution for them from start to finish.
Yeah.
Awesome. Awesome. And so what's your ideal vision for your company, like moving forward as far as growth?
Well, my ideal vision is, we've primarily been mostly in our backyard. We actually kind of even scaled back a little bit before COVID hit, but now that we've seen a real increase in demand, we want to capitalize on that demand and make sure that we can provide these solutions on a bigger scale. Also, with the majority of our staff working remotely themselves, we're not looking to open up a big new office. We want to have that reach without having the central presence.
Right. And so, with everything that COVID's bringing to you, like how soon do you want to get this problem solved to help you really capitalize on the demand right now?
Well, we should do it within the next, I'm looking for a solution I can get, in front of someone here, like even tomorrow. Okay. I got that much demand right now. I've got to figure out something quickly.
Okay. And, let's say, down the road, if you can't handle this demand on your own, or what other avenues are you kind of taking to, I guess, capitalize as best as you can during COVID-19?
I've been trying what I can to look at scaling, hiring some people and that kind of stuff. But, I think to be able to grow on that global scale, I need something that's going to get us out there more. Because right now a small group of people have shown us that there's an immediate demand for this type of service, and I think we just need to grow it on a much broader scale while this is, while businesses are in need.
Absolutely. All right. And so Sean, from what I'm hearing from you today, I definitely think that, that we benefit from working together. And the best way I can really confirm that is setting you up with an appointment with our account executive, so you can kind of go over more specific details of, possible solutions for you or possible roadblocks as well. And to make sure that I haven't missed anything myself. So how soon do you want to set up a time, possibly in this next week, when you can do that?
Well, like I said, I got time tomorrow.
Okay. Let me pull up our account executive. His name is Desmond Soon. Let me pull up his calendar for you real quick. He's pretty booked up normally, so let's just see when we can try to fit you in. Give me 1 second. All right, so he does have an open availability tomorrow. Are you going to be available around 11 a.m. PST?
Sure. Yeah.
Perfect. Let me just Notate that. Okay. So, like I said, I've booked a call with our account executive. His name is Desmond Soon. He does have years of business experience and firsthand knowledge of, challenges and change, especially during times like this with COVID-19. Especially, if you're trying to capitalize on that demand. So, he's made time available in his calendar for your call, and I just want to make sure that this is valuable to you and is a good time in the morning. And I just want to make sure, I don't waste his time and I don't waste any of your time. Is there any reason you might not be able to make it tomorrow?
Not that I foresee. I mean, I am a volunteer firefighter as well. So, I mean,
wow.
it could be that I get a fire call and that would be the only reason I'm not here.
Okay. And if you're, not able to make it for any reason at all, would you be able to let me know that?
Yeah, I can, for sure.
Fantastic. Okay. So let me go ahead and set you in here. All right, so 11 a.m. PST. Perfect. And Sean, I'll go ahead and send you an email confirmation as well for our booked appointment with our account executive, Desmond Soon. And if you can you just send me a confirmation email just to make sure you did receive it, so that way, just in case, I can follow up with you if it didn't go through.
Yeah, sure, for sure.
Perfect. All right, so we'll have you talk with Desmond tomorrow, and he'll be going over kind of a little bit more in-depth information for you to really capitalize on everything during COVID-19, so that way you can grow and scale your business. All right.
Sounds good.
All right. Thank you, Sean. Take it easy. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right,
Bye-bye.
Phil, finished. Good.
Yes, sir. I was kind of jumbled around a little bit.
Yeah, I missed disappointed. You missed the entire band. So when Desmond gets on the call, he's going to be pretty frustrated at you because he doesn't know whether this guy even has budget, right? Is he the only decision maker? We don't know. You got some of the needs. Got some of the needs, which is fine. But then you also missed the timeline. So these are things you definitely, for B2B, you want to go back and hammer it down in your head or in your notes. Like, I need to ask for budget, decision makers, needs, and timeline, right? Because you're going to run into, Desmond's going to, again, he's going to say probably not unqualified. He doesn't know. You don't know. And when Desmond asks you, did you qualify for this guy's event? You're like, oh, well, shit, I forgot. Desmond will probably tell you, hey, I don't want to take the call. Go back on the call and talk to him first. So
yeah, I'll be honest, I've never, this is the first time I've went over BANT. And just a question really quick, Joel, is when I asked the question of how soon do you want to get this problem solved, and how soon do you want to set up a time? Is that not setting up timeline correctly?
More specific. How soon, would you like to get on a call with Dan for consulting?
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like because the prospect, here's the thing, right? And also here, talk about the concept of afters really quick. So afters is like, Sean doesn't really care about the consulting call with Dan, right? What does Sean really care about?
Capitalizing on the demand of his business right now.
Yeah, Sean wants to actually see the money go in his bank, like the actual result of the call from Dan. So Sean doesn't give a crap. I mean, not doesn't give a crap, but Sean really doesn't care about the call with Dan at all. He cares about the effects, right, of the call with Dan. So for timeline, sometimes, right, if you think about it, for Dan Lok Consulting, it might not just be, oh, you know what, you jump on a call with Dan, you're done. It's like, okay, you jumped on a call with Dan. How soon will you implement what Dan has consulted you with, and then you're going to implement that? Because that's true client success. If you really care about the prospect, you will walk them through all the way to them even getting the results past the sale. Does it make sense? So like, I might ask, right, for timeline, it's like, oh yeah, cool. How soon realistically will you want to get on a call with Dan? And then, he might say, well, in the next 2 weeks would be ideal. And I say, great. Now, once you finish the call with Dan, how soon do you think you can implement what Dan will consult you on? That to me is a complete timeline. You know what I mean? Because it also shows the prospect that you care. Right? So yeah, that's timeline.
Sorry, this is my very first
it's all good.
B2B
It's a good first time. Good first time. Yeah. All right, Sean?
Appreciate it.
Yeah, no, if this was one of your first B2B ones, I mean, you're definitely headed along the right track. So kudos for you. That your tonality was probably one of the biggest things that I'd say that was really well. The end of it, you were trying to follow the process, but you were starting to mumble and fumble, and you lost your frame. And the biggest thing that I have advice for any closers is you can not have all the answers, but if you maintain your frame and your tonality through the call, you can not have all the answers and tell the prospect you'll get back to them and you'll still get a result. But if you start losing that tonality and that frame and you fall apart at the end, the prospect might go, oh, wait, something's not right here. Right?
Yeah,
You could throw your prospect off and then they could get cold feet, or they could end up ghosting you.
Yeah.
So that's, be careful of that. Make sure you hold that consistency all the way through.
Yeah, I think it was just the lack of information of what exactly the consulting like entails. So I think it really downed my confidence a little bit, but I understand. Thank you.
And you're going to get into situations where you're closing for products that you don't know all the answers. Don't let that get you down. Don't let that throw you off. Like, make sure because there's nothing, anybody I've worked with in B2B, and then maybe you got to have another QC call, might be, I don't have that answer for you right at this moment, but can I get that answer for you and we can schedule another call and then we can continue further. Would that make sense?
Yep.
Right. So you're not, don't feel that you gotta fumble your way through. Just make sure that, if you don't know, honestly, don't be afraid to say, well, you know what, I got to find that answer for you.
Okay. Sounds good. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you so much, Sean and Phil. Awesome.
Thank you.
Great night. Yeah. I think we all learned a lot. A lot of implementation was done as well. I think Ink's got one last question in terms of, hey, if I forget to do the BANT, right, can I just call back at pre-call or can I do another QC? I would recommend you do another QC before the actual call because the AE is not going to be happy that you didn't even qualify the person. You might as well just, I mean, if you can, do the other QC prior to the actual call of the AE. But you don't want to let your AE walk into, it's like you're kind of setting up your AE for failure, if that makes sense, right? You also want to care for your AE. Don't give AE like a broken ball or like a deflated ball that has like holes in the ball, right? So yeah, you want to make sure you clean that up to make it good for your AE. Make the ball good, solid, right? You can kick the ball, it works fine, then that's cool. So whatever it takes to fix that for sure. Because again, the AE is going to ask you for the BANT. They're definitely going to ask you whether you check for that, right? I would say don't make the mistake. Just put it in your brain somewhere. Write down BANT. That's a solid thing. Yeah, go ahead.
And just like the old saying, "Happy wife, happy life, happy AE, good for me."
I like that. Happy AE, good for me. I love it. Okay, we got one surprise for you that I'm actually going to ask you guys what you want to do about this. So of course we've got a module 3 part 2 in 2 weeks. So right now I want you to put it in your calendar if you haven't already. Make sure you print your calendar. Like I'm going to do the same thing I'm doing to the prospects, right? Hey, make sure you put this in your calendar. We're meeting in 2 weeks. For whatever reason you can't make it, right? Post in the IC group. Let us know why. We hold you accountable to why you can't make the class. So put it down put it down in your calendar for 2 weeks. Tuesday, June. I think it's June 6th or 9th. Wait, June 9th, right? June 9th, at 6 p.m. Pacific time. We'll see you there. Now, we got some assignments before that class, but something really cool that I'm contemplating releasing. Sean, I don't know what do you think about this, but remember when we did the B2B foundation class, the very exclusive one, just with the CIT?
Oh yeah.
I think that one only like 20 people could attend that, right? We did like a special 2-hour class just for B2B foundations with closers and testing.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, only a small people have seen that.
Yeah, I was thinking of releasing that to the group right here, or the entire IC.
Oh wow, who wants that?
It's gonna give them a better foundation of because that class we don't even talk about we don't talk about UHTC stuff. We talk about the basics like terms, jargon, vernacular. We talk about like all the basic stuff there that's super important to know. I think it will help them be much better B2B closers, right?
Oh, I definitely think so. And it sounds like there's a lot of people in the chat that want it.
Okay, fair enough. I guess what we'll do is we'll release it in the next 24 hours. We'll put it in the HTCIC Facebook group, and then I'll even try to get support to email you guys as well with the class recording. So here's what I want you to do in terms of assignments, right? Okay. So one, Sean, if you talk about the the point number one, because I think that's crucial. The first one.
Yeah, so I mean, the biggest thing you got to do with FCC calls and QC calls is the way you make this closing style work for you is you can't just go and copy someone. Like you can't go and copy Desmond's closing style because you're not Desmond, or you can't go copy my closing style because you're not me. That's not what works for me. You got to practice your making these techniques that we've given you fit your own closing style. And the best way that I know of it, and this is an old public speaking trick, is practice these 2 blueprints in front of the mirror at least once a day for 30 days, because you want to turn this into muscle memory. You want to make this so that this is second nature to you, so that when you go make that call, you're not going, this is Sean. No, you want to make sure everything is smooth, right? My name is Sean Lawrence. I know you don't know me, but do you have a few minutes to talk? You need to be that natural.
Yeah, my name is Joel. This is a cold call. Do you want to hang up? Things like that, right? I love that one, by the way, because people laugh at that. I like starting off with a laugh. Cool, thanks, Sean. The second one, what we mentioned, B2B foundation class video. This one, crucial. I don't want you to just watch it and then just be like, oh, it's cool. So prior to the next class in 2 weeks, you're gonna have about 12 days to watch this class, right? Like implement it, make sure you always take notes and then bring it to your B2B role plays. I look at point number 4, continue to role play in the dojo. Bring what you learned from number 2 to number 4 and implement it, because in that class, we cover all sorts of different B2B terms like BANT, MQL, SQL. I think you heard, MQL, SQLs. We cover like a lot of different terms like quarter to date, finances, all the different things that will equip you as a B2B closer, knowing these business acumen type stuff. So you want to practice in the dojo with the frame and the perspective of a B2B closer, or like a closer with business acumen, right? Not just with the B2C mindset. So you want to transition your tonality, your verbiage, your vernacular, your vocabulary, all that kind of stuff to B2B, right? So that class, point number 2, will help you increase your business acumen, guaranteed. 100%, it will help you increase your business acumen. Actually, how many CIT members here went through the B2B foundation class? I know Shang was there. I know, like put in the chat, was Patrick, were you? Yeah, Bogdan was there. Okay, yeah, some of you guys were there. Yeah, put in the chat, like how helpful do you think this class will be for the rest of your brothers and sisters, right? Like what do you learn in that class that you think will help them, right? Just put in Discord. Okay, and then the next thing, watch the training from the Yellow Belt series. So go back to your Kajabi. There's a class called Outreach. It's called Mandatory Week 1. That will supplement what you want to learn for the next 2 weeks. Because when we come back in 2 weeks, we're going to cover, since you've already learned the blueprints, right? You've learned the FCC blueprint, you learned the QC blueprints. We're going to cover dealing with gatekeepers. And that class will also be a lot more role plays, because the truth of the matter is you can apply the FCC and the QC concept to gatekeepers as well. It's really interesting. It's great because you need to know how to deal with gatekeepers. Today, we talked a lot about decision makers, right? But next week, how do we actually handle gatekeepers? Well, next week, the week after. So stay tuned to find out more on that, okay? So I like to end this, in HTC style, right? Ultra high ticket closer style. Yellow bell, so you don't have login. Beautiful foundation, yep. Yeah, so you got to catch up to yellow belt, unfortunately, and get there. So let's end it in typical HTC style. We start with a bang, we end with a bang, right? It's as important to start strong, but to end strong. So I want you to type this in Discord. I am as well, right? I want you to say, I am an ultra high ticket closer, right? I will implement, and I will see you in class on June 9th. So that's a commitment to not just yourself, to me, but to everyone here on Discord. Yeah, perfect. All right, fantastic. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful night, day, afternoon.